Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. Tiefank, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, and members of the public. Today is April 12th, 2022. It's 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs.
Present.
Commissioner Decker is absent. Commissioner Bonner.
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche.
Here.
Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. At this time, we will go to, let's see, agenda item number 1, the report of the Chief of Police. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Good morning, Commissioner President Briggs, members of the Commission, Mr. Inspector General, as well as our Mr. City Attorney. As I do each week, I'm going to give a COVID-19 update, talk about significant events, as well as our personnel stats and crime information. Relative to COVID-19, this past week, we saw 1 additional case. So much like previously the county's experience with COVID, we have seen a significant slowdown in the number of new COVID-19 cases. That brings our total to 5,269 total cases, of which 4,245 were sworn personnel, 1,024 civilians. At this point, we have 27 of our personnel that are home recovering from COVID, and all of them, including 1 that is hospitalized, are what we are considering long-term COVID recoveries, meaning that these are infections, those are impacted by the virus from weeks and months ago. And as we see in our general population of our society, COVID has a long-term impact on varying numbers of the underlying population that are impacted, and our personnel are experiencing a much lower level of long-term COVID. I've seen estimates as high as 20%. But I do want to identify that those 27 individuals, we continue to ensure that they have ready access to the best medical advice and treatment possible in hopes of getting them returned to full duty and fully recovered from this virus. Over this past week, a couple of events I want to speak to. First is on last week, we had a graduating class of individuals from our Metropolitan SWAT detail. This is a many-week course that we train department personnel and to the tactics, training tools, underlying operating philosophy of our special weapons and tactics. It's a very rigorous program, one that has exceptionally high standards, and frequently in the past has had a significant fallout rate for those who've been unable to meet the demands. I was there for a couple of different points. One is to congratulate and thank those individuals for taking on this added responsibility. This is a team of individuals that respond to high crisis situations, life and death matters, involving very dangerous individuals, many times armed with firepower that exceeds that of a typical police officer, and requiring them to have patience, tenacity, and thoughtful approach to successfully de-escalate those situations and safely resolve them without injury to anyone involved. During this graduating class of 9 individuals, we also saw 3 that were from outside of the Metropolitan Division. Historically, Metropolitan Division made up of crime suppression platoons as well as our K-9 and mounted unit. The Metropolitan D platoon, also known as SWAT, is made up of that overall command. And historically, for more than 2 decades, all the members, with the exception of a few, have come from within that group. In our efforts of diversity, equity, inclusion these last number of years, we've challenged the process to ensure that it is open to everyone within the organization. And while that happened back in 2008, our experience with SWAT classes year after year was that generally there wasn't anyone who was either selected to come into the SWAT school or pass the rigorous training to enter into D platoon. This past class, 3 individuals, one from southeast of area, another individual from 77th, and a member of the Dignitary Protection Detail. The second woman to successfully pass and successfully graduate from SWAT school, Officer Ryan, joined the ranks. So I was there to congratulate each one again, but I also want to call out and thank Metropolitan Division, their captains, as well as their command staff, including Deputy Chief Dave Kowalski and Commander Shannon Paulson, who did extensive outreach throughout the city and a number of our patrol divisions and other locations to correct misperceptions or ideas that this was a closed society or that this group would only pull from resources that you'd have to go through Metro in order to enter SWAT. So I congratulate them on that achievement and look forward to our continued efforts to ensure that inside our organization that we're open across the entire workforce to ensure that people have opportunities that exist. The other matter I want to bring attention to is this past weekend was our Baker to Vegas, our annual Baker to Vegas Challenge Cup. This is a relay, 120-mile relay race that begins just outside the city of Baker and ends in Las Vegas. Its Challenge Cup was brought about more than 35 years ago as an effort to build camaraderie and teamwork amongst law enforcement professionals throughout the United States as well as internationally. These last 2 years, it's been on a hiatus because of the COVID pandemic. So this past Friday and Saturday, Sunday, the race gathered individuals, more than 214 teams, thousands of athletes and their family members and support, and engaged in this multi-person relay. And I'm happy to report that first, everyone was able to successfully complete it. I was out there Saturday, and the temperatures were extremely high, in excess of 97 degrees with about 11% humidity. These racers just standing there were dropping moisture at an extensive rate. We did have 3 of our individuals that were hospitalized because of heat exhaustion and some of the challenges that such conditions presented to them. But I'm grateful also that all of them were able to be released and are safely at home or on their way home. I visited one myself on Sunday afternoon, and he was thankful that that the impact of the heat exhaustion and so forth that while it challenged him, that it wasn't any lasting injuries. The outcome of this is a race. LA Sheriff's Department, their elite running team, came in number 1 at 13 hours, 23 minutes, and 37 seconds. And I'm proud of the department team, the LAPD team, that came in at 13 hours, 33 minutes, and 41 seconds, so about 10 minutes behind. I'm also proud of the women's team, who came in second place amongst all the women runners at 16 hours, 23 minutes, and 38 seconds. All of this is not so much about the race. It's about just, again, the opportunity to come together, enjoy each other's camaraderie, fellowship, and recognize the challenges of law enforcement. These last few years have been extreme, and that this is an opportunity to have some fun and enjoy a physical activity that goes out and shows their athleticism and their commitment. As I do each week, I also speak about any categorical use of force that occurred during this period. And with that, we did have an officer-involved shooting that happened on the 6th of April at approximately 2:30 in the afternoon in the Mission area of the Los Angeles Police Department. On that date, Mission patrol officers responded to a radio call of an assault with a deadly weapon suspect in the 8700 block of Tobias. According to the radio call, the individual later identified as Jesus Alan Castellanos, a male Hispanic, 33 years of age, was breaking windows, was armed with a knife, and threatening to kill the person who was calling the police. At approximately a short time later, mission patrol officers arrived at the location and encountered Mr. Castellanos walking towards them in the driveway. Officers verbalized with Mr. Castellanos, who was reportedly holding a 6-inch kitchen knife behind his back. Mr. Castellanos refused to comply with commands and then charged at the officers with a knife in his left hand, resulting in a simultaneous deployment of a taser and an officer-involved shooting. Mr. Castellanos was struck by gunfire and collapsed to the pavement. He was later determined to be deceased at the scene by the Los Angeles Fire Department personnel. There were no officers or anyone else injured during this incident, and a 6-inch knife was recovered from the scene. Force Investigation Division detectives responded to the scene, as did members from the Office of the Inspector General, as well as the District Attorney's Officer-Involved Shooting Rollout Team. This represents the sixth officer, this represents the 6th officer-involved shooting that we've experienced year to date. In comparison to last year, that number was 12, so a 50% reduction. And over our 4-year average, the number is also a 22% reduction, where the number is just under 8 is our average number of officer-involved shootings by this time of the year. As far as fatalities, 2 of those 6 officer-involved shootings resulted in a fatality. Last year, that number was 4, and overall, our 4-year average is 3. Moving on next to our crime picture. This last week, we added 8 additional homicides and lost ground both in the number of homicides year to date, as well as our shooting victims, and property crime in all categories saw increases. In tally, we now have 93 homicides versus 100 last year, so a 7 fewer homicides, a 7% reduction. And our total overall violent crime has increased 6.9%. That's 519 additional violent crimes. The areas that we're seeing these increases continue to be in robberies and aggravated assaults, where we've seen increases both this year as well as over a 2-year period. Year to date, our robberies account for a 17.5% increase. Over a 2-year period, that's a 10.7% increase. Aggravated assaults have seen a 4.1% increase, and over a 2-year period, that's a 20.8% increase. I would like to report that the instances of follow home bandits or the robberies of individuals involving expensive jewelry had decreased. But unfortunately, this week, we saw a series of those incidences also occur here in the downtown area. Obviously, and today we'll have a report from Robbery Homicide Division on their investigative efforts relative to their robbery series. In regards to our property crime, burglaries, vehicle thefts, as well as thefts from vehicles and personal theft others, all have seen increases. And so we again ask our public to recognize that as individuals or opportunists are out in our communities looking for easy marks or the ability to commit a burglary or steal a vehicle or commit some type of theft, that those instances are on the increase. So be mindful of your surroundings, exercise good preventive measures, work with your neighbors on a neighborhood watch, work with our senior leads, and recognize that the police department is here to help respond, to identify those responsible and bring them before the criminal justice system. Regarding our personal strength, we stand at 9,390. That number is essentially the same from my previous report, with 208 recruits in the academy. This past Friday, we had 55 graduate from the academy, and we started yesterday 35 of our newest members who started the academy class in hopes of making the mark and joining this organization as a member of this department. And our civilian workforce is 2,666. We have 401 reserves and just under 2,200 volunteers. And that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to take questions or comments.
Thank you, Chief. At this time, I'm going to ask the commissioners whether or not they have any questions for you. Commissioner Soboroff.
Chief, on the graduates of the academy and the new academy members, after the article was published on the front page of the Los Angeles Business Journal, there's been an enormous response from landlords who understand that these recruits want the LAPD and they want to come to Los Angeles, but for the cost of their housing. And we have had a number of landlords call and say that they want to help recruit these tomorrow's community-based officers, and they want to rent to one or help one rent. And understanding that without clearing the high hurdle of housing costs, that we can forget about even maintaining current numbers, much less expanding the force. And I would say Captain McCraney has been on the phone the last couple of days and is in touch with some landlords that have immediate opportunities for those new recruits, the 35 that you're talking about, and the 55 that recently graduated. This is real-time news and exciting news that despite, haters hate and people will be yelling about whatever, but this is not taking units away from homeless or units away from underserved. These are people that are reaching out to help Los Angeles say to potential recruits from all over America that we care about you and that we value you and that we appreciate that you want to come to Los Angeles and come to this department for your training and hopefully for your career, and that we want to welcome you. So it's been quite an experience.
Well, Commissioner, thank you for your leadership on this, and to the other members of the board. This past week, I did meet with the invitation of Commissioner Soboroff, the publisher of the Los Angeles Business Journal, and to essentially frame out a proposal that we are assembling, working in concert with the Personnel Department, for a housing initiative that would cover recruits or address recruits and their need for housing here in Los Angeles, in the city of Los Angeles, for the first 2 years of their employment, through a means of, and these would be open to just Angelenos that are currently living in this region or those that we could attract to Los Angeles. And we, of course, have people from throughout the country that come here to be part of the LAPD experience. In fact, one of the individuals, unfortunately, we had 35 that started yesterday. We were supposed to have 36, but the 36th one, that individual went back to Chicago. Now, I don't know if that individual was impacted by housing and the cost of housing, but our recruiters frequently hear about people who live in this region as well as across the country, that the perception and the reality is that the cost of housing here in the city is expensive, and it can form as a barrier or an impediment for them joining this department. So again, Commissioner Soboroff, thank you. We're working, and more information will come with this as we work with the Police Foundation to structure a formal process in which to facilitate housing as an outlet for those that may see that as an impediment to joining this department. We're hiring, and we need people, qualified applicants from this region, but also from other parts that would come and travel here, that would be a member and join this workforce, live in the city, be a part of the change in LAPD. And I'm encouraged by this. I'm excited by the reception that we've already received by a number of individuals across the city. And again, Commissioner Soboroff, thank you. I know that this is something that the mayor's office is supportive of as well. And the personnel department is working with us to ensure that we structure it in a way that represents covers all the needed bases that such a program involves.
Chief, let me just add that the personnel department felt that this was just one more arrow in the quiver of things to offer to recruits, and we're very, very cooperative and excited about it. And the second thing is that the landlords, I'll mention one, Lawson Company, has 18,000 units in Los Angeles on a website, and acknowledge that for the officer who will be paying, the appropriate portion of their $71,000 salary, recruit salary, towards their rent, there will be no obligation for the officer to patrol the building or do anything in the building. They just want to support Los Angeles, support tomorrow's community-based policing officers, and they think that they'll be great tenants. So there's nothing beneath the scene, no ulterior motives here, no taking it away from someone else. It's been a wonderful experience so far. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Soboroff, I want to thank you for your leadership on this issue, and I commend you for helping LAPD in this challenging time of recruitment. And hopefully this will be one less impediment for LAPD recruiting the necessary diverse force that we require in our city. Thank you very much. Commissioner Bonner, did you have any questions for Chief Moore? Not today? No. Commissioner Kalanche, anything from you? Chief, you're getting off easy today.
Okay.
Let's at this time, let's go to item 2 on the agenda, public participation. Thank you.
Okay, our first caller is Betty Lay, followed by Karen Purdue.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, agenda items, and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first, I appreciate Chief's report. It's good that some of our percentages are now down. As far as the agenda items, under agenda item 3, I support A through I. And with public comment, I'm still fed up with this bluestone. It's not fair. There's companies out there, as I've said before, that will test for nothing. It's free. It's not fair to our officers. And it should be that if those that work for elected officials, they should have to go through the same exact thing. So those that aren't vaccinated, why aren't they fired? Our officers should not be terminated because they determine what to put in their body and not to put in their body. I know I repeat this every week, but I think it's very important. Also, lastly, we have a highly dedicated volunteer in the Valley that is hospitalized right now, and it's not COVID. And we would appreciate prayer requests for him. I appreciate that. We're working really hard with the hospital to make sure he gets everything he needs. So with that, I'm going to yield the rest of my time. Thank you. Have a great day. Stay healthy.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Karen Purdue, followed by Elisa Avalos.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Starting off with the chief's report, the rise in serious crime is alarming. Firing police officers for not taking the jab at this point is beyond ludicrous. Vaccine escape is the norm and will continue to be a catch-up game that we can't overrun or outrun. Please do not destroy public safety further by reducing officer numbers further. Los Angeles has invested a great deal of money training officers and staff. If they go, we lose. We lose money, safety, and experience that will take a decade to correct. The city will suffer greatly and its inhabitants put at unnecessary risk. Please don't let this be the legacy of this commission and chief. In reviewing the last 2 years, it is alarming how politics and politicians have infiltrated decision-making within the LAPD. Who thought it a good idea to have protesters within inches of officers' faces yelling and splattering spit in their faces during the peak of COVID? Officers should have had the ability to protect themselves with distance, but somebody made the decision not to protect our officers. Thus, and invariably, many of those officers contracted COVID and gained a level of immunity that cannot be duplicated by a vaccine. Lastly, please keep Council Person Monica Rodriguez out of decision-making within the LAPD. We demand our SLO Contreras back in Salentahunga. He served us well. Don't fix what is broken, please. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Blue, followed by 2992. It looks like Elisa dropped off.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning. Yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Just public comment and public safety. So I guess 2 items, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your time and the platform that you provide us every week to share our thoughts and our concerns. I was really happy to see the graduating class of LAPD a few days ago with 55 recruits, now police officers. We're very proud of them. And again, I always say this, LAPD, one of the finest in the country, if not the world. So, we have many that want to join. And, I hope the process moves a little quicker as far as background and everything else, because it's still a job that, holds a lot of integrity and pride. Thank you to the officers that are always out in the street sacrificing, their lives and, their safety to take care of us in the public. It's nice to see officers out in the communities and engaging and on the foot beats and I always say this as far as on behalf of our communities and a lifelong Angelino, we always appreciate our officers. And public safety is a disgrace in Los Angeles. It's embarrassing. The smash and grab robberies, the thefts, the violence, the home invasions, and now people coming from, other countries to make it a point, to rob and coming in on tourist visas now. But that's what Los Angeles is known for around the world. And it's sad. And hopefully we can become the Los Angeles that we once were. And hopefully, law and order will resume again one day, which brings me to the point. I'm happy to hear that all our mayor candidates every single one of them know the importance of hiring more police officers, from Miss Bass to the other men that, she once quoted, defunding the police is, not a good slogan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have 2992, followed by committee chair.
Hi, good morning. All items and general comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a little concerned about the possibility that the department may be lowering standards in the hiring process. And I think we have to ask ourselves if we've learned any lessons from the Rampart scandal when we lower standards. So my question is there an effort to lower standards, and can the police commission look into that? Also concerned about the fact that they've done away with the stops, minor traffic violations. Are we encouraging officers to manufacture some bogus reason to enforce the law? And LA Police Foundation, just want to give my support for them for all that they do for the department and providing equipment. And as someone just said a bit ago, they were going to help, it sounds like, arrange for housing for potential new recruits. They do a lot for LAPD and the community. And just want to give a shout out, appreciation to them. And as far as all the mayoral candidates, I think we all know that Karen Bass would be a fucking nightmare. So her support of hiring more officers really doesn't mean much, given her track record and everything else that she has demonstrated that she stands for. So anyway, I support LAPD, I support Chief Moore, and yield my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have committee chair, followed by T.
Hi, good morning. My name is Josephine Zarate. Can you hear me?
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, one of the things I wanted to ask, I'm not familiar with hire and fire of the LAPD. So I wanted to ask Chief Morris, what would he respond to Monica Rodriguez for any request she makes in order to fire and hire LAPD officers? And if so, where is it so I can go see it online? Second of all, I would like to know what is the process to bring Officer Contreras back to Lakeview Terrace? Third, I want to say I support LAPD 100%. Anything I need to do for LAPD, I will do it. And fourth is, when we have all these crimes in our area and LAPD does not have the manpower to enforce them and to help us, who do we call? Do we call Monica Rodriguez? And if so, do you have a number where we can call? I want somebody to get back to me on that, especially the process to hire and fire LAPD officers from the council office. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T followed by caller ending 3146.
Hello?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
My lord, all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, power and strength to all the families killed by law enforcement. As a reminder, we're on stolen lands, Turtle Island. Chief Moore, week after week, we listen to his botched up statistics. Starting off, the SWAT recruits. Anyone find out who called the SWAT team on Dr. Melina Abdullah 3 times, surrounding her house, threatening the life of her and her children? Or is the reason you all have not found who has made the calls because y'all are ones responsible? In addition, where was the training for Officer, what was his name? Jefferson Johnson, who murdered Valentina Peralta? Where was the training then? And where was the de-escalation? Chief Moore went on to say there was another officer involved shooting. Y'all just killed another man. I'm sorry, I forgot his name. Prayers to his family. Who brings guns to a knife fight? A 16-inch kitchen knife, if he even had one at all. Reminds me of the story of Grishario Mack when Martin Robles and Ryan Lee murdered Grishario Mack in the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Mall. Those officers were found out of policy. And by the way, his anniversary was just recently, this past Monday, I believe, or Sunday. Power and strength to his family. Officer Martin Robles and Ryan Lee haven't even been held accountable, even though his murder was found out of policy. Let's move on to, the housing subsidies. It's really crazy. It's back ass word that police eat up 3.8 billion a year of our city's budget when we are middle of a housing crisis. And Soboroff sits there and says, it doesn't impact the housing for the homeless. It absolutely does. Y'all eat up 3.8 billion a year of our city's general fund, right? And you ask for money and more donations, and you get more money and more donations day after day, week after week. Y'all rubber stamp it. So we're in the middle of a housing crisis, so your new recruits can afford to live in our city. Eating up our budget and then taking housing subsidies when we're in the middle of a housing crisis is ludicrous. And you sit here week after week asking for more money, and it's insanity repeating the same thing time and time again. And in addition, you let people come on here that are pro-blue come on and slam the DA. You talk about things that are irrelevant, that aren't on the agenda, yet when any Black people come and speak truth to power, you immediately disrupt them and cut them off. We need to defund and abolish the police and fund our communities and fire.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller 3146 followed by Hamid Khan.
Hi. Good
Okay, what
morning.
items would you like to speak on?
The MOUs, the MOUs and killings and, why they use the gun, that sort of thing.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Great. Now, I said on the March 29th shooting, there was no gun. I did as much research as I can. He only had a cell phone, right? So he was unarmed, another fake gun issue. This really has to be looked at. There's more to say on that, but I have some other things to talk about. But I had to correct that because I said that he was shooting a gun. But, I had always wondered, were there any other reports about the gunfire? Were there any bullets found? You didn't find the gun there, but this guy got shot. Hosea Guerrera. Talk about him in a second. So after the March 22nd, the media reports the headlines were most LAPD who violate policy in shootings avoid serious punishment. That's what happened with Rosario Mack. That's what happened with Eric Rivera, Eric Valencia, Hosea Guerrera. Just the March 29th, Mark Rodriguez was shot with a fake gun. And talk about that. But one of the things I have to address is to Briggs about de novo. Remember de novo, Briggs? The evidence you hear is not the same, Briggs. The commission does not hear all the same evidence, Briggs. It's not apples to apples, Briggs. The rights board, the PPL supply is a sworn employee. That's the good old boys mentality of the MOUs. It's not independent. There is no due process. It's not democracy, Briggs. This is murder in the city charter. Okay? This is disgusting. So let's go back. They were shooting people. Eric Rivera, Eric Valencia, Mark Rodriguez, Hosea Guerrera. All these officers needed to take a blood test after shooting. Okay? I will say, though, after Hosea Guerrera, it sounds like he only shot once, which was good. He was shot in the arm. He did not shoot Hosea Guerrera 17 times and kill him. Okay, but this week, somebody was shot dead. And I ask, why? Where was the net guns that I talked about for people with knives? You should be shooting them with net guns. I've already told you people how to get out of your problems. Okay, and the problem is the money, right? We're giving it to the Ukraine when you people need $13 billion more dollars, but still need to be taking blood tests, right? See if I can get to anything. Not enough time. So, two callers with Jose Guerrera and Burlington made calls that the suspect had guns. That's a false police report, and 2 people are dead. Actually, one person's dead. Jose Guerrera's hurt, but that's a false police report, Sancho Tina. Need to arrest those people for that. They can't make a false.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First of all, I just want to talk about this week after week of constant sensationalism, as if Los Angeles is at the end of the world, with these crime rates and all of that. But one thing remains missing is that, as per the FBI data, when you look at the comparisons that they have done, for example, violent crime in Los Angeles is at 29.1 and San Francisco is at 39.6. So let's look at a national level. When you look at property crime, LA is at 35.1 and United States is at 35.4. So I think in a sense that we get caught up into numbers as well, but there is an underlying reason, which brings me to another issue as well, that LAPD has to constantly legitimize itself, constantly has to make itself useful to the community, whereas, just by raising this specter of people running wild and crime happening all over the place and the whole city is burning and all of that, which ain't anything new. I mean, when you look at the report that we released, Automating Banishment, the Surveillance and Policing of Looted Land, and you go to the section on South Central Los Angeles and talk about and look at which is titled Racial Terror and White Wealth in South Central, and look at crime suppression, these tactics are nothing new. They use them during Operation Laser, where they increased high visibility patrols and foot beats, and even LAPD decoy cars. But what happened was, but there was very targeted violence towards community. Young people were murdered in laser zones and various other spaces as well. So this whole sensationalism about like LA is burning is furthest from the truth. And it just comes back to the LAPD just demanding more money. And what we see is that we circle back and we pass these programs for de-escalation training and this training and that training, and it's like a crocodile's mouth is open to take more money from the people, which then brings me to this whole issue of housing. I mean, how interesting is that just like any other garrison state, like an occupied space, the first preference goes to the occupying army. The preferential treatment is always given to the people with guns who are going to violently suppress people who are trying to lift their lives from poverty, from state violence, from racial violence. But here we go again, that it's okay to en masse sweep people out of Echo Park Lake. It's okay to banish people from their communities. But no, we have to give preferential treatment to these trained killers who are in our communities and who just as one of the most murderous police departments in the country. So I think in a sense, you can sit there, you can talk about it all day long, but we know what the facts are, and we're going to keep on exposing and disrupting you. And lastly, when are we going to start this in person?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Elisa Avalos. Elisa, you're on.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Yes, on all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, my name's Elisa Avalos, and I want to say that we need more policing in our community. We need more community policing, and we need to have communication between our community and our local officers. Like Chief Moore said, we need to volunteer more or work with our supervisor slows. But once we start working and communicating with them and our crime rate goes down, we get one of our slows from Sunland to Hunga removed, and that is not okay, because I'm sorry, Chief Moore, but with this one, I'm disappointed in you, because you should have came to the community, to the neighborhood councils, and asked us what we think about it, instead of going along with Monica Rodriguez has to say. And I just believe that once we communicate with one another, our crime rate goes down, but we need to find a common sense and a common ground and work together and hold each other accountable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jason Reedy.
All of them, Becky.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So we are demanding that a date be set to return to in-person meetings immediately. Briggs, you said months ago that you would take the lead of City Council on when to return to in-person meetings. With the announcement made last week that City Hall would be reopening on May 4th, we fully expect to calendar May 10th as a return to in-person meetings and the ability to comment on agenda items in order and after your bogus presentations. Now, last Wednesday, LAPD shot and killed another person named Jose Castellanos. Should note that we are 6 days removed from your latest murder and still no mention of it on the OIS webpage. Billions of dollars fund this department, and the LAPD has been virtually silent about murdering another person with a knife. In fact, LAPD tweeted about the shooting in Brooklyn this morning, but nothing on Jose Castellanos. You said that there was a simultaneous deployment of lethal and non-lethal shots, showing that you had every intention of killing this man. Moore, you talked about a rally. You talked about that rally. Then you talked about the new SWAT class. No mention of your department's participation in the mandate rally that was on Sunday, though. Briggs, laughing like while telling Moore that he's getting off easy this week. That happens every week. When was the last time any of you pressed mic on anything? No mention of that Times article by Kevin Richter on how LAPD officers often delay providing medical aid after shooting people. In fact, they reviewed 47 LAPD shootings, and on average, 3 minutes and 40 seconds passed before officers reached the person they had shot, and 39 videos in which it was possible to time the response. The article opens up with the murder of Rosendo Olivio Jr., who LAPD killed last December 18th, and was the start of a harrowing murder spree that a lot of y'all seem to forget about that resulted in 6 people shot and 5 people murdered over the course of 9 days, including the murder of a 14-year-old by the name of Valentina Oriana Peralta. Now with Olivo, officers waited 6 minutes after shooting him to do anything. Officers who do not provide aid, which is pressure on the wound, CPR, or other measures, were never disciplined for their actions. So they're not disciplined when there's out of policy of shootings. They're not disciplined when they don't follow the policies when it comes to providing aid. Y'all fucking suck. And then lastly, haters gonna hate. Yes, that's what a statement from Sagi Soboroff said. You got real estate developers like Jeffrey Palmer saying he wants LAPD in his buildings. This is the same guy who sued the city to avoid putting affordable units in one of his complexes. The same guy who donated millions to Trump. The same guy who had one of his buildings set on fire for some insurance money. The same guy who kept millions of dollars of security deposits of tenants just because. Jeffrey Palmer hates poor people, but loves cops and white supremacists. No different than you, Soboroff. And lastly, you talk about the base salary of LAPD officer being $74,000, but no mention of how much overtime they get, which oftentimes gets them close to $100,000 when it's all said and done. And lastly, today is more proof that you curate public comment. God damn, you even had one caller had their name as committee chair in their name. We'll see y'all fuckers soon.
Okay, thank you. Steve Rogers.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Regarding the chief's report, the COVID-19 update, there was only one additional case. He didn't mention if the person was vaccinated or not. I assume that the person was. I think it's time to reconsider the policy of the LAPD and LA City on the vaccine mandate. Really, in the last weeks, we've seen that 6 out of 7, 5 out of 5 people were vaccinated, officers were vaccinated, but they still came down with the COVID-19. So it's senseless, okay? It's time to consider an amnesty for any officer that received any discipline for not taking an experimental so-called vaccine and protecting the sovereignty of their own body for religious, moral, or legal reasons. It's time to change course. Going in the same direction when it's not working is senseless, just like much of the violence that is described by the chief and different people, senseless violence. Well, a lot of that senseless violence is really evil. So consider that senseless becomes evil and cruel at a certain point. So have some compassion for the officers and for people who do not want to take the so-called vaccine. The LAPD is imploding. The number of personnel is down. Crime is up. If you were to give a report card grade for the LAPD, I would hate to say it, but it's probably an F. I sympathize with the police doing the job. They're out there risking their lives. Detectives are doing good work. The reason why I bring up George Gascon is because he is the one that's responsible for the non-prosecution or the weak prosecution of gun crimes, etc. So LAPD is doing the best they can under the circumstances. But what's under your control, LAPD, Chief Moore? Look at the website. The website is it's a new look, okay? But the information is still outdated, okay? It doesn't matter what the style is. It's the content that's important, the substance. Take a look at Central Division. They have a Volunteer of the Year there from 2012. That's 10 years ago. The website is not being kept up to date. In terms of communication, you need to put down community meetings when they take place. If they're virtual, that's great. Community policing within your purview. Also CCWs. How many applications have you received, Chief, and how many have been issued? This city is not safe, and people need to be empowered to protect themselves, because even in the best of circumstances, the police are minutes away when the suspect is right there in front of you. There's a lot to say. Read the mission statement, watch Adam 12, review the Constitution, the First and Second Amendment. And that's all I have to say today.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Philip Tabby.
Yes, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to say I'm praying for my friend. One of the earlier callers had mentioned that he's in the hospital, one of the greatest volunteers LAPD has ever seen here in the Valley. So my prayers go out to you, buddy. Thinking about you every day. I'm praying for the victims in Brooklyn. I know that the great men and women with the NYPD and all the agencies that are working on this incident will find who was involved. We need to keep the blame on the criminal terrorizing the streets. I support LAPD, our officers, the ones who have been 3 days or have been there in day in and day out, keeping our streets safe and doing a great job, even with all the broken tools that they are given. Who I don't support are the shady politicians who disguise themselves as command staff, following along still with the woke agenda. Chief Moore, if the charter of Los Angeles was different and you were voted in, we would have recalled you a long time ago. You lack a backbone and you are subservient to the elected officials who you allow to walk all over you like soft on crime Monica Rodriguez. It's a shame that I will have to open up a complaint with the Office of the Inspector General against Deputy Chief Hamilton and Chief of Police Mike Moore for their role in letting an elected official, soft on crime Monica Rodriguez, have an influence on reassigning Senior Lead Officer Cesar Contreras. Monica, from what I understand, is the only council member who has her staff sit in on orals for the CSP in Pacoima, San Fernando Gardens. Monica also requests day offs for officers and vacation days. Our upper command staff needs to be held accountable. I request that the Office of the Inspector General contact me about this complaint. An email is en route today. On the agenda items, I support all donations LAPD can get. We are understaffed and need more tools and officers. Go and look at the crime stats that seem to be ignored week after week. The blame needs to shift off of the police and onto all of the brazen criminals who do not care about our city, our people, or our children. When will this commission start caring also? Stop firing officers for tyrannical mandates. Stop demanding they follow tyrannical orders that are only based on political science. Angelenos are suffering every day, and LAPD worries more about identity politics. Do more for the troops, get the community involved. The legacy that you're going to leave behind is not looking so good. Change that, commissioners. Walk in the shoes of the officers. Report to this meeting with your achievements, such as Force Option Simulator class, ride-alongs, because your fancy degrees or your money in the bank sure doesn't convince most of us that you're qualified for the job. Leave a better legacy for yourselves. God bless the LAPD.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Angel, followed by Richie.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I support LAPD. I think officers, whenever I see them out and about, I think LAPD should be the best in the country. So I ask the Board of Police Commissioners to continue to do that hard work, that good work, and do not be swindled by corruption. And I also want to thank you for Echo Park. I just drove by it a few days ago. It looks beautiful. There's so many families there enjoying that lake, and they're fishing, they're walking around it, having picnics, and families are on those swan boats. It's beautiful. Thank you so much. I agree that the computer websites and databases and rosters within the department need to be updated. And I think it's crazy of any mention to abolish the police. This is obviously coming from the devil. And I would like you to listen to reasonable voices, just regular citizens out there. Me calling in as just a mom, a law-abiding citizen, I probably represent 10,000 people, just me alone. And I do have a fear of crime. And, from follow home robberies to smash and grab to deranged lunatics with knives, bike locks, other weapons, homeless attacking citizens where they can't even get their mail now in other parts of the county. And, Karen Bass, who's a mayoral candidate, says she would score a 10 out of 10 of how safe she feels in Los Angeles. But that's not the reality. I mean, she must have private security, but regular citizens like us, especially low income, we can't afford private security or security systems on our homes. I would rate it a 6 out of a 10 for how safe I feel in Los Angeles. And Chief Moore, what will your legacy look like? Giving favors to politicians like Monica Rodriguez, or caring about us, the people? We are the community. Talk with the CPAB, talk with the neighborhood watch, talk with the neighborhood councils. Don't just talk to one person, a politician. Please don't remove any more slows. Please give back our slow. Cesar Contreras, Bluestone is corrupt. Follow the money. There was a rally downtown on Sunday about defeating the mandates, and there were thousands and thousands of people there, and we were all peaceful. We were joyful, but we are resolved. We expect the police to uphold the law. And there is an injustice going on right now for students coming this fall. Will LAPD protect these students? They didn't at New West Charter School when the students, they removed the students from school with the assistance of LAPD. Whereas these other students show up drunk and high and vaping, but these students with 4.5 GPA are kicked out of school. Give me a break. And we ask you to drop these unconstitutional mandates for our police officers. Listen to our cries. You're going to be held guilty of crimes against humanity by forcing these officers to inject themselves with.
Okay, thank you. Richie?
Hi, yes, all available items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Richie Serjanko from the People City Council. First and foremost, callers before said that all mayoral candidates want to defund the police. That's not true. Candidate Gina Viola, she wants to defund the police. Or a caller said that nobody wants to defund the police. Gina wants to defund the police. Anyways, I want to talk about sober off and making this big thing about landlords subsidizing cops to live in Los Angeles. And he said, nobody's forcing anyone. They're all, offering this up. Well, Steve, like, how often do you promote like a vacancy tax or rent control or housing for all? Like, you're acting like you're just doing this out of the goodness of your heart and just you're really trying to just get people housed. How about, since these landlords have vacancies, that we give housing to people that need it and not the cops that kill community members. We have 40,000 unhoused people living on the streets of Los Angeles, and there are like 90,000 open units in the city. And so, Steve, why don't you, argue for equity for all and not just the cops? I think it's ridiculous that, LAPD officer, you were talking about, LAPD officer salary is like 74,000 or something. That completely ignores the fact of overtime. Actually, Will Good, Film the Police LA, did an analysis, and I think he found like under 10 officers that made under 100,000 last year. And so there are like 9,600, 9,800 LAPD officers, and less than 10 of them made less than 100,000. So what are you even talking about, Steve? Like, this entire premise is it's not baked in reality, to be honest. And Briggs laughing about letting Chief Moore off the hook. Have you ever actually, tried to press Chief Moore on here? Every single week, it's like you go through this whole process, nothing ever happens, and you all just laugh about it. Also, no mention of the Kevin Rector report in the LA Times about how LAPD officers handcuff people that they shoot and let them bleed out, and that's actually a policy of LAPD. The policy is written so ambiguously that LAPD officers can point to and say, "Hey, we acted in policy," when actually the policy just wants to, kill people.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Mark Dutton.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on several.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you guys for all doing this. I know there's emotions are running high. It bothers me that we all have different sets of statistics when everybody calls in. Seems like everybody just kind of cherry picks their statistics when they talk about police shootings and everything else. So I just like to point out a couple of things. I'm not trying to, bash on anybody. Let's just try to talk civilly without the screaming and yelling and the profanity and calling people racist and all that kind of thing. All right, first of all, regarding officers, incentives to move to LA, people talk like $100,000, you're rich. You're not in Los Angeles. It takes over $100,000. Just do the math to live in this city. That's an economic question. That's a complicated thing to solve. But if officers are going to have a choice on where they get to work, they're certainly not going to live at the poverty line. And it's not any specific agency's fault. We're just out of control. Providing the SB 9 and SB 10 are making this a hunting ground for outside developers. People can't afford to buy homes in LA anymore. We can't blame Chief Moore or police officers for that. So secondly, when we talk about cops killing community members, it's really inflammatory. A police officer's job is to stop deadly threats, whether it be a knife, a pipe, a bomb, a gun. Do you expect police officers to show up to a violent criminal with a knife, put their gun in their holster, and then have a knife fight with that person? That's ridiculous. And I know it's emotional. People who have lost family members and community members in police units, it's tragic. It's very difficult on the police officers, believe it or not. They're community members, they're people also. Nobody wants corrupt police, okay? The police don't want corrupt police. They get hassled for it. We spend our meetings yelling and screaming at each other over that. Let's fix it. Abolishing the police, I mean, come on. Is this a 6th grade conversation? Let's fix it. Let's communicate on a civil level with each other. Let's have better communication. Let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. We all have to work together here. Please, I know emotions are high, and we all have to kind of erase the chalkboard and start again. But it really does begin with our city council. Come on. I mean, this is ridiculous. I wish that our chief was voted in myself. But anyway, have a great day, everybody. Thank you. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Matios Cadane.
And Madam Secretary, Machos will be the last caller for the day.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, on the subsidized housing for LAPD, it's such a ridiculous ask. We see 5 unhoused Angelenos dying a day, a disproportionately Black community, and the city won't provide permanent supportive housing and has insufficient carceral shelters in place because of the LAPD's parasitic relationship with the city budget. We keep asking, and yet the LAPD continues to ask more for more for more for more. And if we listen to what Soboroff was saying, that police won't be expected to patrol their homes, I don't know that that's true. I think that that's something that these landlords kind of want. I think we can all anticipate an influx of thin blue lines and Blue Lives Matter paraphernalia around buildings if this were the case. And if we think about what Hamid said earlier, quoting Automating Banishment, the report, and we think about the LAPD's tactic of crime suppression through high visibility patrols, the very presence of police is a threat of violence against poor Black and brown Angelenos. So this permeating our environment with police is a desired effect. It is meant to threaten us with violence. And something else that was said earlier, that the LAPD legitimizes themselves through fear mongering with the purpose of expanding their budget, right? Through these false, scary narratives that the data doesn't support. But they also legitimize themselves through this veneer of sophistication on their violence. And so that looks like this use of force report, which has like expanded, excuse me, from, a record of LAPD violence to some sophisticated like record that shows, oh, the LAPD is being tactful about the use of force, and we're considering how we're going about harming community members, when the takeaway should be that the LAPD continues to harm community members, jeopardizing our safety. And if we also look at like data-driven policing is another means by which the LAPD kind of sophisticates its violence through programs like Laser and Predpol, which have been dismantled, right, in 2019 and 2020, but even the new data-informed community-focused policing. And well, new, it's 2 years old now. But even within that program, we see a regurgitation or recycling of problem-oriented policing models like SARA projects, and using these models to kind of record and track, legitimize, and sophisticate the violence that the LAPD executes. We see this at Echo Park Lake, the sweep that we talked about there, where $2 million was spent on personnel that could have permanently housed those people. And so, yeah, this is just a continuation of violence. Everything here is just a means of washing, sophisticating the violence. We saw these same sophistications after the Rodney King uprising 30 years ago. We're seeing them again now. There's just a cycle of the LAPD growing and becoming more violent. Policing needs to be abolished. Defund the LAPD.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That is the end of our public comment period. At this time, we will go to item 3 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Are there any commissioners that want any of the consent agenda items called out so that they can question on them? Seeing none, I move that we approve consent agenda items A through I. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 4 on the agenda. The first item on the agenda is the department's report on the 2021 annual use of force report. Can we bring up Captain Scott Williams? And I believe Assistant Chief Choi. Good morning, Chief Choi and Captain Williams.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner Briggs. Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Inspector General, Mr. T. Fink, and City Attorney Carlos De La Guerra. So let's see. I don't. Is Captain Williams up? I don't see him.
He is.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so today, what Captain Williams and I are going to do is present a snapshot of the department's 2021 year-end review on use of force. We're also going to discuss some of our use of force policy and training that we implemented over the past year. And this training and policy change addresses some of these trends that we identified in our use of force data in this year-end report. But before we get started, I just want to take a moment to publicly recognize all the men and women, the personnel that worked so hard to complete this report and make it happen. I think under the leadership of Captain Williams, Sergeant Eve White, and her staff at Critical Incident Review Division, they've really put together probably the most thorough and transparent look at police use of force in the nation. I just want to take a moment to recognize and thank them for their efforts. So at this time, we're going to try and share the screen and start the presentation.
Madam Secretary, can you enable my screen sharing? It's saying that function has been disabled for me.
Okay, try it one more again.
Okay, are you able to see that?
Yep, I think I see it, Commissioners. Okay, I see. So as we get started, Captain Williams is going to explain to the public how to access this report online. He's going to provide a brief overview of both the use of force data and city crime data. He's also going to provide the overviews of our categorical and non-categorical use of force statistics. And then at the end of the presentation, I'm going to briefly discuss some of the department's training efforts related to the use of force and mental illness. And at the end of the presentation, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, knowing that we will be coming back on May 5th for more detailed response and follow-up. All right, so I'll hand it over to Captain Williams.
Great, good morning, everyone. So as of this morning, the department's use of force year-end review is available online at www.lapdonline.org. The report can be found under the Police Commission quick link in the section labeled Annual Use of Force Year-End Report. The link for the 2021 report is listed at the top, followed by a separate link for the executive summary. And one thing I'd like to point out about this year's report is that we have added hyperlinks to the officer-involved shooting synopsis section that will give them access to the case summaries, the Police Commission findings reports, along with the critical incident briefing videos for each incident. So in order to put LAPD's use of force in proper perspective, I think it's important to look at total stop and arrest data. So in 2021, LAPD officers had 1,324,535 documented public contacts. That's an 8.2% decrease in total public contacts compared to 2020, and marks the fourth year in a row in which the number of public contacts has decreased. Of the total contacts in 2021, 428,777, or about 32%, were officer-initiated contacts. That's 4% lower than 2020, and the fifth year in a row that officer-initiated contacts have decreased. Approximately 3.5% of all public contacts in 2021 resulted in arrests, and 0.17% resulted in a police use of force. And finally, the 37 officer-involved shootings in 2021 represented about 0.27% of all public contacts. This data shows that the vast majority of public contacts, even those initiated by our officers, result in no force being used. Now we'll look at our crime statistics briefly. So 2021 was an unprecedented year in terms of guns recovered by our officers. The 8,661 guns recovered in 2021 was 33% increase compared to 2020. And about 22% of those were ghost guns. Ghost gun recoveries in 2021 were more than double those of 2020. Our violent crime numbers also increased in 2021. We saw an overall violent crime increase of about 6% compared to 2020, with the largest percentage increases being in homicide, which increased 11.8%, and aggravated assaults, which increased 7%. Violent crime arrests were also up 4% compared to 2020. Now, as we move into our categorical use of force statistics, I'd like to explain what categorical use of forces are. They consist of officer-involved shootings, including animal shootings, unintentional discharges of firearms, the firing of warning shots, in-custody deaths, intentional head strikes with a baton or other impact device, the use of force deemed to be deadly force, force applications that result in a subject's hospitalization, those are commonly referred to as LERIs, and then canine contacts that results in hospitalization, as well as any use of force the chief of police directs to be investigated by our Force Investigation Division. Now in 2021, there were 64 categorical uses of force, and that represents a 23% increase over 2020. The most significant increases were in officer-involved shootings, which increased by 10 incidents or 37% compared to 2020, and unintentional discharges of firearms, which increased by 3 incidents or 60% compared to 2020. Our law enforcement related injury incidents were down 25% in 2021, while in-custody deaths remain level to the 2020 number. Now we'll move on to a look at officer-involved shooting statistics. And I want to make a note that in the period between 2018 and 2021, it's been the lowest 4-year period of officer-involved shooting incidents in the last 3+ decades. And nonetheless, we're still very concerned about the increase in OIS incidents in 2021 and continue our efforts to reduce OIS incidents. Now, a few points to note about the department's officer-involved shooting incidents in 2021. 59% of those OIS incidents originated from a call for service. That's compared to 41% in 2020. 38% of suspects in OIS incidents were armed with edged weapons, and 41% were armed with firearms. That's statistically significant in a couple of ways. Despite the incredible number of guns recovered by our officers last year, the 41% of OIS incidents involving a suspect armed with a gun was the lowest percentage since 2015 and nearly 18% lower than the previous 10-year average. 18%, I'm sorry, on the other hand, OIS incidents involving subjects armed with edged weapons were the highest they have been in at least 10 years and about 19% higher than the previous 10-year average. OIS incidents involving those experiencing mental health crisis and those involving unhoused individuals also increased in 2021. I'm going to be brief with the next few slides since I've already touched on some of these key points, but I will point out some important data. It is notable that the 37 officer-involved shootings last year, 26 were radio calls or citizen flag downs, and only 7 occurred during an officer-initiated incident. That's the lowest in both number and percentage since at least 2017. Now, I spoke about the suspect weapons and the statistical anomalies we saw in 2021. Again, we had a 100% increase in OIS incidents with edged weapons in 2021 compared to 2020. Of the 52 officers involved in the 37 OIS incidents, 42 discharged handguns, and 1 discharged a shotgun, and 9 discharged rifles. There were a total of 175 rounds fired during the 37 officer-involved shooting incidents in 2021. In 28 incidents, only 1 to 5 rounds were fired, and there were no incidents in 2021 in which 21 or more rounds were fired, which is the first time that's happened in at least the last 5 years. The result of that was the lowest average number of rounds fired per incident in the last 5 years. 38% of our suspects in OIS incidents were between the ages of 30 and 39. Now, this age group has consistently represented the largest number of suspects involved in OIS incidents. We also saw a significant increase in suspects between the ages of 40 and 49. But of note was the significant decrease in OIS incidents involving suspects in the 18 to 23 year age range, from 9 in 2020 to only 1 in 2021. As I had mentioned, subjects with mental illness accounted for 41% of the suspects in OIS incidents. But for the purposes of this statistic, it's important to note that the determination of mental illness is primarily based on documented contacts with the mental evaluation unit prior to the officer-involved shooting incident. Officer-involved shootings involving subjects experiencing homelessness increased substantially in 2021 compared to 2020 and accounted for 27% of all OIS suspects. It's noteworthy, though, that the homeless population in the city of Los Angeles increased more than 16% in 2020 to 41,290. And although the 2021 homeless count was canceled due to the pandemic, this population has steadily increased year after year for the past several years. The percentage of suspects injured as a result of OIS incidents in 2021 was slightly below the average from the previous 4 years. That is 38% in 2021 compared to the prior 4-year average of 42%. The number of fatal OIS incidents, however, was the highest since 2017 and significantly higher than 2020. It is of note, though, that the 7 fatal OIS incidents in 2020 was the lowest number of fatalities in at least the last 10 years. 65% of suspects in OIS incidents in 2021 were Hispanic, and 19% were African American, 13.5% were white, and 2.5% were identified as other. As far as our adjudications go, since not all 2021 OIS incidents have been adjudicated by this commission, we have to look back at 2020 to get a complete look at officer-involved shooting adjudication statistics. So in 2020, 39 officers received a finding for lethal use of force. Of those, 26 or 67% were found to be in policy. The remaining 13 or 33% were found to be out of policy. 39 officers also received tactics and drawing and exhibiting findings. Of the tactics findings, 23 or 59% received an administrative approval finding, while 16 or 41% received an administrative disapproval. Only 2 officers received an out of policy finding for drawing and exhibiting. I'm going to transition now into our non-categorical use of force data. In 2021, there were 2,248 reportable non-categorical uses of force. That was an increase of only 47 incidents, or 2% over 2020. And you'll see as I go through the non-cat data, the statistics have remained fairly consistent throughout the years. As we look at some notable statistics from non-categorical use of force incidents, I'd like to compare and contrast some of them to our OIS data. 61% of all non-categorical use of force incidents occurred while officers were handling radio calls. That's consistent with the 59% of OIS incidents that occurred during radio calls. 35% of non-categorical use of force incidents involved the subject experiencing homelessness, compared to 27% in OIS incidents. And 31% were perceived to be experiencing a mental health crisis, compared to 41% in OIS incidents. Now, despite the increase in OIS incidents involving subjects armed with edged weapons, we saw no significant increase in non-categorical incidents involving edged weapons. They accounted for only 2.4% of all non-categorical uses of force in 2021, compared to 2.1% in 2020. Since 2017, the number of officers involved in non-categorical use of force incidents has steadily increased, while the number of officers involved in OIS incidents has steadily decreased. Now, I believe this speaks to the effectiveness of the department's de-escalation training, specifically the concepts of planning, assessment, and additional resources. When our officers have the time to plan, they appropriately summon other officers to mitigate the need to use higher levels of force. And I think you'll see in the breakdown of non-categorical force options used that the vast majority are low-level, non-lethal force applications. As I mentioned, the most common force applications utilized by our officers are firm grips and joint locks, physical force, which is basically a push or a pull, and body weight. The utilizations of nearly all non-categorical force options have remained pretty consistent over the last 5 years, with the exception of the 40mm less lethal launcher, which has increased in usage as more of our officers are trained with it. 40% of the subjects involved in non-categorical use of force incidents were perceived to be under the influence of drugs and/or alcohol. Again, 35% were experiencing homelessness, and 31% were perceived to be suffering some kind of mental health crisis. 67% of subjects upon whom force was used either sustained some type of injury or complained of pain as a result of the force. While this is a significant number, it is notable that in less than 3% of all non-categorical use of force cases, the subject of force sustained any type of serious injury. Similar to our OIS adjudication data, there are still non-cat cases from 2021 that have not yet been adjudicated. So in order to get the best look at adjudication trends, we have to look back at 2020. Of the 9,082 officers who received findings in tactics in 2020, 98% of them received an administrative approval finding. That includes assessments of de-escalation efforts. There were 28,436 individual applications of force that were evaluated and adjudicated in 2020. Of those, 99.6 were found to be in policy. Now we'll conclude today's presentation with Chief Choi discussing our ongoing training efforts intended to impact policies on our use of force. So Chief, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Captain Williams. Okay, so as you've just heard, some of the significant areas where we identified trends in our use of force data are our categorical use of forces with individuals with mental illness, as well as individuals armed with edge weapons. So some of the things that we've implemented and policies that we changed throughout the past year, I'm going to be discussing. So in our continuing efforts, number one, in our continuing efforts to reduce the intensity of encounters with persons with mental illness, we continue to train our officers on the mental health intervention training, MHIT, as we call it. Currently, there's 4,676 officers that have completed the training. Obviously, we have a goal of having every field officer trained in MHIT. But in 2021, 90% of our officers that responded to radio calls were MHIT trained. And currently, our MHIT training is being held twice a month. Additionally, the department continues to look for and expand on alternatives to an armed police response when appropriate for those persons that are suicidal or depressed when there is no crime involved. The program that we use is with a diversion program with D.D. Hirsch. And in 2021, we had 1,642 calls that were diverted, and we're upwards of over 400 calls diverted already this year, year to date. It was also noted in the data that the number of 40 millimeter less lethal launcher deployments have increased over the past 5 years. And that's because more and more officers are being trained in it as an alternative to escalating to lethal force without having another less lethal option. As of December 2021, we had 7,910 personnel that have been trained in the 40 millimeter less lethal launcher. The training is ongoing, and we've also added an annual recertification, if you will, where the operator, the user will be asked to recertify or requal in that once a year during our normal shotgun qualification cycle. Additionally, training division has made some curriculum changes in an effort to provide officers with skills that will help them remain compliant with changing use of force policy, and also to reduce the potential use for using force. Some of these changes include an additional 25 hours of community engagement instruction that was added to the recruit basic course, where recruits receive instruction on cultural diversity, homelessness, mental illness, among other things. Additionally, the police science and leadership course was updated to include enrichment of crisis negotiation skills to help officers understand the neuroscience behind de-escalation to further assist in reducing the intensity of field encounters. Officers are also trained in tactical medicine, which is intended to teach them how to render aid to individuals in the field in accordance with Senate Bill 230 and our use of force policy. The field training officer update course continues to focus on de-escalation, mental health awareness, and command and control techniques. Also, following the Safe LA protests of 2020, the department is focused on enhancing our officer skills in crowd control and crowd management. So at the end of 2021, 7,986 officers have attended the updated crowd control, crowd management training. We also looked at some of our training bulletins and regarding the taser training bulletin and the beanbag shotgun training bulletin, they've been updated to address subjects that are self-mutilating and prohibiting the use of these less lethal devices if there's a possibility or probability that the situation may escalate to the use of deadly force, really essentially emphasizing the concepts of distance and cover when using these tools. Also of note, we talked about the increase in officer-involved shootings with individuals with edge weapons. And in response to this trend, the department recently developed a training geared towards minimizing lethal encounters with such armed with weapons other than firearms by enhancing command and control efforts and accountability and really letting less lethal options work before escalating the incident to the use of deadly force. This course is titled Critical Thinking and Force Mitigation. It covers some topics such as giving commands versus having a conversation with somebody. It emphasizes rendering aid. It emphasizes fair and unbiased policing. And it also emphasizes the concept of redeployment and using your resources, such as the mental evaluation unit, when you encounter somebody with going through a mental health crisis. Again, the concepts of distance and cover equals time. And if you have more time, you have more options. And just to sum all this up, all of our use of force training, we're guided by the principle of reverence for human life in every public encounter. This is discussed and emphasized in all of our use of force training. That concludes my brief presentation on our training and policy updates, but it also concludes the presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you have for us today, knowing we'll be coming back on May 3rd for a more detailed follow-up for this commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Choi. Before I ask my own questions, I'm going to go around and ask whether or not any of the other commissioners have questions. Commissioner Bonner, do you have any questions for Chief Choi or Captain Williams?
Yes, I do. Thank you. And I have a list of questions, but I'll try to keep it to those that are going to enhance the review of the report that we've not yet seen. So that's the context of the questions. First is going back to the beginning, and this is on the concept of public context. And I think there was the number I wrote down was 0.17% of the categorical use of force resulting from public contacts. And just to clarify, does that imply that there's some other category of activity from which a use of force might originate? In other words, you're telling us that 0.17% resulted from public contacts. And so I'm just wanting to make sure, is there some other category of activity from which a categorical use of force might emerge?
I don't believe there's. I think we're just trying to show how many contacts we have each year versus how many of those result in a categorical use of force.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Bonner, that number actually represents the number of uses of force when compared to total public contacts. So what that number is saying is that in 0.17% of public contacts, there's a use of force.
Yeah, and just to clarify again, what I'll be trying to make sure I understand is even in those cases, one, when I think of public contacts, that might be calls for service, right? Someone may be calling some incident is unfolding. Another public contact might be officers walking a beat and approaching someone proactively and engage them in conversation about something. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Are those all in the basket of public contacts from which we're extrapolating the number, or is the second example somehow maybe potentially treated differently?
No, sir, it's all encompassing. So those are all public contacts. And so it's of note that at least in terms of non-categorical uses of force, which is the vast majority of all uses of force that we had last year, 61% of those sourced from some type of a radio call, a directed activity by somebody other than the officer. So it was not an officer initiated contact, if you will, if that makes sense.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Commissioner Bonner, I think that Chief Moore also wanted to chime in before you move to your next question. Sorry.
Sure.
And just want to clarify as well, what they're doing with this presentation is we record field encounters where an officer completes a field data capture report. That and radio calls are included in that. Contacts that you may have in a jail setting, that you may have at a station house, those are matters that would not be caught in this. So that is that the number, when you say 1.3 million plus encounters, in reality, there's many more encounters that an officer has or detective might have, or others. For instance, working detectives in gang narcotics or working in fugitive. Those are contacts that are not captured in that numbers that you have there. We're just trying to provide the contacts, the vast array of public contacts that occur, and the number of uses of force would be categorical or non-categorical. But it does not represent, I'll be clear, it does not represent the entirety of contacts between members of this organization and the public.
Any guess on, for those that it does not capture, any guess on the magnitude of that? Is it a small reservoir of activity that's simply not captured, or is it potentially? And I'm just reflecting, say, on crime data, for example. I think it's always important to remind people we're talking about reported crime, when some would say almost 40% of crime is not reported. And so it's kind of difficult to know that, or it's important, at least for me, to understand that there's a reservoir of crime that is really not captured in some of the conversation. So in this case, for example, on the interactions, it sounds to me like a reservoir of activity, but I just want to understand, is it any more significant than that? It doesn't sound like it, but am I missing something?
Well, I think it would be, an estimation, a scale of magnitude. Say 30% of the workforce is involved outside, or 40% of the workforce is outside of a patrol unit or a geographic area command. And they have contacts when they deal with victims as well as with offenders and others. So again, it's a scale of magnitude here, 20–30%. It would be an estimation at best.
Understood. Appreciate that. Thank you. Next question, will the report have any data that will shed insight on the promise or potential of the alternative response? Chief Choi, you mentioned some of the data around the MHIT training, but as we were talking even last week about alternative response and so on, I think or at least what I discovered in that conversation, is that it was a conversation about situations about allocating resources or directing non-law enforcement resources to things that don't require law enforcement response. And that's separate from the question of incidents where someone does respond to an incident, encounter someone experiencing a mental health situation, and how many of those situations may evolve into use of force and the like. And it's that part of it that I'm trying to make sure that or understand if this report will shed any light on that category of situations.
Yes, this report does include some of those efforts of our alternative response.
Well, I think when I'm reading it, and this might be a better question to ask after we go through it, but will the report kind of present a picture on of data that anyone looking at this issue of what's the potential of alternative response, how might it affect the use of force? Is that something that would be addressed kind of in the report, or is it something that someone would pull together information and kind of reach their own conclusion? Not a better way to answer the question, but
so this report just hits on some of our efforts in addressing some of these trans, mental illness being one of the efforts, but a deep dive into our D.D. Hirsch is not what this report includes.
Got it. Okay. And then you mentioned, I think, in the introduction and also as part of your comments was some of the questions that I was asking before about this correlation between training, various types of training on the one hand, and the impact on use of force on the other. And I believe that's some of what you were addressing in your comments. And one is that's part of the questions there is to confirm that if that's what you were speaking to, and is that just your comments that are kind of overlaid on the report, or is just the report itself kind of speak to that as well?
No, those are my comments based on what is in the report and what the data shows us. I think Captain Williams had mentioned the number of officers that are involved in categorical use forces have gone down, whereas the number of officers involved in non-cats have gone up, which anecdotal, but it may show a success in reducing the level of force that is being used, shifting from the number of officers in categoricals to non-categoricals. And those are the types of things we're trying to draw from an analysis, not directly addressed in the report, though.
Got it. Okay. And then at least for now, for today's purposes, one other question is that in terms of the data, is there any data set that addresses the use of force in crowd control or unusual occurrence circumstances? So I know we've talked about, in a number of other reports before, that a lot of the data we discussed does not include the crowd control or unusual occurrence situations. But just the question is there any other data set outside this report that does that, or is that an area where the data is not effectively tracked and reported?
Well, obviously in 2020, that the the uses of forces on a skirmish line were not captured other than on a 15 or a document that was reported to a supervisor. We do have, I think you're aware of the level 3 or the new use of force policy that should be published here soon that will mandate the capturing and investigation of all those uses of force on a crowd control situation.
Got it.
There
Okay.
are also the safer LA reports, both from 2020 as far as the after action reports, as well as the outcomes of the safer LA complaint investigations includes that information.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's what I have for today. There's one other question that I'm going to work in on the conversation of NIBRs that's coming up a little bit later. So look forward to receiving and talking further about the data that's going to be presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Kalancha.
Thank you. Quick question, and then I have questions about this report. What is going to be presented next week? So I know kind of how to guide my questions. Is it similar, or is there like a follow-up to this that's going to be presented next week?
My understanding is this will be posted online, and Mr. Tiefenk, correct me if I'm wrong, but the commission will accept questions from the commissioners as well as the public, and then we can come back and address those.
So it's this report. Okay.
And that report, Madam Commissioner, will be on May 3rd. It will be back.
Oh, okay.
It will not be back next week. It'll be back on May 3rd. That will give all the commissioners and the public a chance to take a deep dive and review the report.
Got it. That would be super helpful. Yes, because I'm like, I had so many different things I wanted to ask about. So I will just ask one then. Actually, two. So on the edge weapons, it was like 38%. I didn't see how many of them were fatal. Was that listed of the 38%? I don't recall the actual number, but is the report stating how many of those were fatal?
We do have the fatal number, Scott. I don't know if we have specifically just for edge weapon fatals.
Yeah, the book is not necessarily broken down that way by weapons, but it is certainly data that we have. And when we report back on May 3rd, Commissioner Kalancha, I'll make sure I have that information.
That would be important, because I know there's like a lot of concern from the commission about the use of force when it comes to edge weapons, and something that we've been talking a lot about. So I think that information is super important. And then also on the edge weapons, I think what would be helpful, and I don't know if it was there because we saw a lot of data, was how many of those, the 38% were mental illness? Because I know there was a different category for mental illness. From my own kind of experience being here on the commission, I feel that many of those, without having an actual percentage of the edge weapons, calls do seem to have some sort of mental illness. And I noticed that the mental illness, as you explained, was more like if they had a contact with the MEU unit, right? So that would be important to know. So of those 38%, how many were fatal and how many we could say were suspects or individuals with mental illness? And I don't know if there's even a way to track that. But
there is, Commissioner, I actually do have, I have that data, as well as, because we looked at not only mentally ill individuals with edged weapons, but also homeless individuals with edged weapons, to see like where the correlations might be.
Yes.
I do have that data, and when we come back on May 3rd, I'll be sure to present that to you.
Perfect. And then the last question that was that I was looking for, I guess, data that I was looking for, of the categorical uses of force, how many led to termination? And I know that's listed somewhere. It just would be great for us to be able to see it. Yeah. That is all. That would be super helpful.
Yeah, no problem, Commissioner. I'll make sure that we look into that and have all that data you requested on May 3rd.
Chief, were you going to say something?
No, I think that's important that we can look back at 2020, 2019 for those outcomes. And any question that commissioners might have in the next 2 weeks is advancing that into Captain Scott will allow us, if it's not in the report, to make efforts to try to garner that and have it available for you.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate all the hard work. This is a lot of data. Thank you so much for all your efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalancha. Commissioner Sobroff, did you have any questions? No? Okay, so I want to thank you, Chief Choi, Captain Williams, and everyone who worked on this year-end use of force report. As presented today, we see from this report, it underscores significant challenges that we still face. 41% of the officer-involved shootings in 2021 involved someone apparently experiencing a mental health issue. This fact alone highlights the need for greater mental health service providers in our city. It also serves to illustrate the reasons officers need additional training in this area, since not all of those OISs could or should be sent to alternative dispatch, particularly when they present an issue of public safety. Our department is further challenged when we look at 38% of the suspects involved in an OIS had an edged weapon. I've made no secret of my position with regard to how situations involving edged weapons should be handled. Commissioner Kalanche just touched upon it as well. You know, what we'd like to see is more de-escalation, then use of non-lethal force before employing lethal force in these situations. I am, however, mindful that no two situations are the same. I'm also mindful that when an officer goes out on patrol, one of the prominent thoughts on his or her mind is whether or not they're going to make it home safely that day or night. However, I firmly believe that we need to better train our officers around this issue. And this is one of the reasons why we, as a commission, have requested an increase in the department's budget to better train our officers for these types of situations as well as others. My hope is that the numbers presented today are atypical and will not be repeated. Any loss of life through the use of deadly force is horrible. We need to continue providing training for our officers, and I ask that all of the stakeholders in our city help with those efforts. Gentlemen, again, I want to thank all of you, your staff. The report is extremely comprehensive. I did have an opportunity to go through it, but I will wait, the period until we come back to do a deeper dive in it. So thank you for the presentation today. At this time, we can go to item 4B on the agenda, the department's report on follow home robbery task force. Can you bring forth Deputy Chief Pritchard?
Good morning. Can you all hear me okay?
We can, Chief. How are you today?
Very good. Yourself, sir?
Great. You can proceed, Chief.
Outstanding. So good morning, everyone. We're here before you to give you a couple of presentations back to back. But in response to two significant crime trends that impacted the city of Los Angeles starting late last year, Detective Bureau implemented two separate task force operations to coordinate, investigate, surveil, and arrest and bring forward for prosecution individuals that engaged in rail cargo thefts, as well as those engaged in the violent street robberies that you're all well aware of. The ongoing task force operations involve personnel from several different municipal, state, and federal agencies, as well as embedded prosecutors from the LA County DA's office, as well as the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office. This morning, you're going to hear detailed presentations from Robbery Homicide Division's Follow Home Robbery Task Force that'll be presented by Captain John Tippett, as well as Commercial Crimes Division's Cargo Train Burglary Task Force that will be presented by Captain Al Lopez. So first on the agenda, commissioners, will be RHD's Follow Home Robbery Task Force and Captain John Tippett.
Good morning, Chief, members of the Police Commission, and community members. I'd like to start off with a brief video because I'm going to talk about this incident in particular. It'll only take a few seconds. With that, can you start the video? As indicated earlier, I'm Captain Jonathan Tippett, the commanding officer of Robbery Homicide Division. I have been asked to give you a briefing on the Follow Home Task Force and the implementation of the efforts to deal with this very concerning problem. Last year, we began to track a trend of violent armed robberies where individuals were being followed off from places such as Melrose Avenue, the Jewelry District, high-end restaurants and nightclubs throughout the city, many of them from Hollywood, Wilshire, and central areas. This is a phenomenon that prior to last year was almost unheard of, and to the best of my knowledge, specific to Los Angeles. In the month of September and October, we monitored a pattern of increased robberies that included multiple vehicles and multiple armed suspects working in a coordinated effort to rob victims of their high-end cars and/or jewelry. In my 34 years in the LAPD, I had never seen this type of criminal behavior in such large groups, coordinating to conduct attacks on unsuspecting citizens to take their property and/or vehicles. In some investigations, we were able to identify up to 5 vehicles involved with multiple suspects in each vehicle, and most of them appeared to be armed. Many of these attacks started off violently and without any provocation or opportunity by the victims to comply willingly, and the situation was getting much worse. I alerted my chain of command regarding this dangerous trend, and Chief Moore organized a general staff meeting with all command staff. Deputy Chief Pitcher is the Chief of Detective Bureau, and the both of us provided an awareness briefing to the entire command. A total of 51 of these violent armed robberies occurred during that September-October period, and on November 2nd, a community safety bulletin was provided to warn the public about these violent crimes. On November 17th, Chief Pitcher directed me to organize a plan if authority was given to me to form a task force. On November 23rd, there was a very tragic event that occurred, and Robbery Homicide Division responded to a murder investigation that was connected to these follow-off robberies. Follow Home Task Force was immediately approved and implemented after the murder and robbery investigation of Jose Ruiz in Hollywood Division. The Follow Home Task Force became operational on November 29th of last year and has been operational for a little over 4 months. The task force is comprised of 18 detectives, which is 9 teams, 11 investigators from Robbery Homicide Division, 4 from Office of Operations, and 3 from within Detective Bureau. The Follow Home Task Force is also augmented by some of the very best sworn and civilian personnel that specialize in analytics and make great contributions to the success and identification of individuals and prosecution of arrestees. In addition to that, we have priority assistance and work closely with teams from the Special Investigations Section, Gang Narcotics Division, and Metro Crime Impact Team to provide surveillance and apprehension support. Previously, we preferred to identify all involved before taking down crews. Due to the crisis, we began making arrests as quickly as possible once individuals were identified. Warrants were obtained, apprehensions were made, and we began working our cases differently. From those arrests, we gathered additional intelligence from interviews and evidence from the warrants and followed up on identifying additional individuals. This has proven to be an effective strategy to reduce the number of incidents and disrupt the crews that were coordinating these takedowns. We went from a high of 26 for a 2-week period in November to 7 during this last 2-week period and 3 in the 2-week period before that. However, I will discuss shortly about how in the last 48 hours, we have 5 additional incidents that have occurred. Cases assumed by the Follow Home Task Force. As of April 11th, the task force has identified a total of 221 incidents in the city of Los Angeles. In reviewing these reports and speaking with the area detectives, it is clear that not all these incidents are related in terms of the same suspects committing these crimes. This conclusion is based in part on the suspect's background in those cases where arrests have been made and or suspects identified, and their gang affiliations become known to us. To date, a total of 17 gangs have been identified so far. These gangs are from the South Los Angeles area, and many of them are rivals from different sects, indicating that they're not working together. The 221 incidents, 125 incidents, or 57%, are currently being investigated by Robbery Homicide Division, while the remaining 96 incidents are being handled at the divisional level. Since the beginning of the task force, we have assumed all associated follow home and follow off robberies in coordination with the divisions. A breakdown of locations of occurrences as follows. For the sake of time, I will only provide you with the divisions with the higher numbers. Operations West Bureau has a total of 130 incidents with 50 in the Hollywood area, 46 in Wilshire, 17 in Pacific, and 15 in West LA. Operations Central Bureau has a total of 49 with 40 of the 49 in Central area. Locations of interest in the downtown area include the entertainment district, jewelry district, restaurants, and high-end living areas and hotels. Operation Valley Bureau has a total of 34 that the task force is tracking, with 14 of them in North Hollywood and 11 in Topanga. Operation South Bureau has had 8 incidents, with 6 of the 8 in Southwest. Cases handled. As of April 10th, the Follow Home Task Force has handled the following types of investigations, arrests, and filings. 1 murder investigation with 4 arrests, 2 attempt murder investigations, 125 robbery investigations, 5 attempt robbery investigations, 5 assault with a deadly weapon investigations, 5 grand theft persons investigations, and 2 incidents involving shots fired into an inhabited dwelling. The task force has also been involved in the seizure of 45 handguns during this 4-month period. Total arrests, 4 murder arrests, 6 attempt murder arrests, 24 robbery arrests involving 47 robberies, 16 gun arrests, 2 arrests for accessory, 1 conspiracy arrest, and 1 narcotics related arrest. Filings, 4 for murder, 7 for attempt murder, 46 for robbery, 5 gun filings, 2 for accessory, and 1 for conspiracy. Search warrants. The Follow Home Task Force has also obtained and served 278 search warrants. The following is a breakdown of the types of warrants served. 35 search warrants served on residences and businesses, 20 warrants for vehicle searches, 197 digital, media, and technological warrants, and 8 video warrants. Additionally, we have served 18 arrest warrants. Additional investigative efforts include receiver locations. In addition to the above, the task force has made investigative progress in identifying the possible receiver or receivers of stolen watches. We are actively working on identifying and arresting those who are encouraging, contributing, and benefiting from these crimes. Surveillance. Cameras have been installed in various strategic positions throughout the city based on specific criminal activity associated with the follow-up investigations. These cameras can also be redeployed as necessary based on new crime trends. We are getting complete support from the department surveillance teams to bed down suspects at locations and identify additional suspects for arrest and search warrants. We also utilize department surveillance resources to specific location surveillance to monitor, investigate, and deter follow home and follow off robberies at priority locations. This involves surveillance monitoring of locations for specific activities that are consistent with individuals seeking prospective persons to rob. This proved to be successful as several stops and identification of individuals led to the interruption of potential crimes and provided specific follow-up and leads that led to arrest. Our investigative steps pending include the continued efforts to develop leads through our responsiveness to investigate, interview, and process crime scenes immediately by the task force. The immediate notification and coordination with patrol and area detectives has led to more significant leads and evidence, including video, forensic recoveries, and witness identification. This has greatly improved our investigative capabilities. We continue to develop connectivity among suspects and other individuals involved in these crimes, including those who are involved in the robberies, supplying vehicles, and receiving and those purchasing the stolen items. We have a great relationship and connectivity with a wide range of other agencies. The Follow Home Task Force is unique, and we have quickly become the hub of information for partner agencies. Until recently, Beverly Hills provided a member from their agency to work with the task force. This partnership was very productive and resulted in significant benefits to both agencies investigating follow-up crimes with common suspects. We continue to work in partnership with Beverly Hills. Other agencies we work with include the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, LASD Major Crimes Bureau, Burbank, Culver City, Fontana, Vallejo, and Irvine, just to name a few. Robbery Homicide Division has received assistance and support at various levels, and it has been the success of all involved that has led to reducing the number of crimes recently. I have distributed cases within RHD to include the Gang Homicide Unit and Homicide Special Section to assist with the heavy caseload and major investigations. Our surveillance and apprehension support from Special Investigations Section, Gang Narcotics Division, and Metro Crime Impact Team continues to locate our wanted suspects, make apprehensions, and serve warrants for the task force. Forensic Science Division and Technical Investigations Division have been an enormous advantage in processing scenes to include print evidence, DNA, ballistic, technology, and evidence and video evidence. This assistance has placed us at a great advantage in identifying individuals involved in these crimes. Additionally, the support we have received from the divisions and bureaus, the officers' investigations, their awareness of the gravity of these crimes, and the intuitiveness to gather evidence and share unrelated clues that turn out to be relevant information that led to arrests has been outstanding. The Bureau chiefs, captains, detective COs have been instrumental in the support, information sharing, and assistance. This has been a major undertaking. However, I am confident that we are slowing this trend down. During the 4-week period of March, we had a total of 10 follow-up crimes versus a 4-week covering the last 2 weeks of October and the first 2 weeks of November when we had 45 incidents. This is a 78% decrease in these follow home and follow-off style robberies. The individuals arrested and others who have been identified have been associated to local area South Los Angeles gangs, and as indicated before, a total of 17 different gangs involved in these crimes so far have been identified. It is extremely important that we continue this all-in effort to stop these crimes from occurring. In addition to our own residents, tourists have been the victims of these crimes as well. Visitors from Israel, UK, Australia, Korea, Maryland, Philadelphia, Detroit, Florida, and Northern California. Too many people have been injured, traumatized, and are dealing with the lifelong scars as victims of these violent crimes. We made an arrest last week on an individual by the name of Cheyenne Hell, which was how I started off this presentation, was with the video that we believe Cheyenne Hell was involved in. This was in connection to a very violent robbery where the victim attempts to flee his attackers. The victim is surrounded on all sides, brutally tackled, brought down to the ground, and has a gun pointed to his head. The 3 men hold him down and strip him of his watch and left him lying in the gutter, as you could see. Hell was arrested for that crime and had a gun in his pocket at the time of his arrest. A warrant was served on Hell's residence, and 7 additional guns were located in his apartment, along with $21,000 in a large quantity of narcotics, including cocaine, methamphetamine, other illegal drugs. Hell is already out on bail. I ask that the public be aware that this case involving Hell is not an unusual case. There are many very similar incidents, including situations like the one Chief Moore described last week involving Matthew Adams. He was arrested for robbery, booked, but released on bond in January. Now he has been rearrested and filed on for an additional 7 robberies, and we believe there are more that he was involved in since his release. He fortunately is currently in custody. These robberies are serious, violent, and have resulted in death. We have 2 homicides associated with these robberies. One, a victim attempting to defend his girlfriend as individuals were trying to forcibly remove her watch and jewelry. Another was a suspect that was shot while trying to carry out a follow-home robbery. We have seen countless individuals traumatized by having a gun pointed at them and robbed. We have 23 incidents involving shots fired, meaning people being shot at, and 13 people have been shot. Many others are dealing with the trauma and injuries from being tackled, kicked, beaten, punched, and or pistol whipped to the head. It is a miracle that more deaths have not occurred. I have another short video that I want to show you briefly. You may play the video, please. This is an incident that occurred on Sunday. You will see a female victim that has already been stopped by suspects who break her window. The vehicle is stopped to the right side of the frame and shows a small vehicle. The victim then begins to run from her attackers. She is then seen throwing her watch, which she knows is what they wanted. They quickly go back to the vehicle. An individual who has experienced homelessness is actually the only person in broad daylight that goes out there to help her. This is in the middle of downtown LA. Sadly enough, the last 48 hours, we have had 5 additional follow-off robberies. One, the owner of a business walked out of his store and was wearing a Rolex watch. When he sees that 2 males have caught eye on his watch and began staring at him. Believing they were going to rob him, he immediately ran into his store, and one of the males follows him and fires 6 rounds in his direction at close range. He is lucky, and we can't figure out how he was not shot. A second incident occurred, which is one that you just saw in the video, as an unsuspecting female went to get an estimate for a repair on her watch, left the place of business with her watch concealed on her wrist and under the sleeve of her clothing as she left the location. Suspects in a gray vehicle pulled up while she is stopped in traffic, smashed her window, and demanded her watch. She abandons her vehicle and began screaming for help, runs down one street, realizes that the suspects had followed her down that street. She then returns back to the main street, which is the video clip showing that the vehicle makes a U-turn and continues to follow her, tracks her down with the vehicle through traffic, and hit her with the vehicle. She's on the ground, injured from the vehicle hitting her. The suspect exited, demanded her watch, and fear for her life, she tosses that watch over to him. You have my absolute commitment and this department's commitment that we will continue to do everything possible to continue to focus on these crimes and investigate, apprehend, and seek justice for the victims. Thank you for your support. I will now answer any questions that you may have.
Captain Tippett, first, let me say this is the 2 videos that you've shown, in my opinion, show just an outrageous display of arrogance on the part of these criminals that think that they can just run amok in our city and terrorize our citizens. This is outrageous. I want to assure you that to the extent that the commission can, we will help your task force and provide it with all the support that we can. With regard to the average citizen that is out there, what can you tell us in terms of the coordination of these gang members going to certain locales in our city? Should our citizens avoid these, or are you and your task force and other law enforcement agencies being proactive in terms of going and surveilling these areas where you have a sense that these criminal elements are out there attempting to look for prey, as it were?
Yes, so one of the things that we did as it relates to identifying specific tactics to kind of reduce the amount of incidents that we had was using some of our surveillance teams to go to locations where we have major incidents or several incidents occurring, tracking and analyzing the times and where they're occurring, using surveillance cameras, but also using surveillance teams to monitor individuals that are trying to locate victims to rob. And I did indicate that we were successful in some of those operations that led to preventing some of these crimes, and also led to some of the arrests that we made as a result of monitoring and surveilling some of these areas. And that's something that we can continue to make progress on.
What would you advise the average citizen, say, for example, who is eating at an outdoor cafe on Melrose or some other place in our city where some of these incidents have occurred? What kind of advice would you give them?
Yeah, so we did send out a safety bulletin warning people about be aware of your surroundings, being able to conceal some of your jewelry, maybe not wearing some of your jewelry, but on the other hand, it's very unfortunate to have to even have these discussions. But in some of these high-end restaurants, hotels, places that people go to for entertainment, they're being watched by individuals, and be aware of your surroundings. Watch for individuals that appear to be focused, whether you're inside a place or outside in public. Be aware of where you're at, what you're doing, and if you have this situation, you need to call police and identify license plates, identify individuals, record when you can. Unfortunately, there are too many situations like the one I indicated with this female in the video that goes into a jewelry shop and is completely aware of this situation and makes every effort to conceal what she's wearing and not have people see it. But unfortunately, there's sometimes where they spot you and they're going to take your property from you. So as to your other question that you asked, and some of the tactics, they are extremely coordinated. And it wasn't until we started retrieving video from different places, looking at their communications, they are in contact with people, sometimes people that are inside locations that we call spotters, that are watching people and what they wear. So, and then indicate to crews outside of the place who to keep an eye on and who just left the venue. So you have that type of activity. When we started recovering video, we believed that maybe 2-3 vehicles were involved. And in some of these crimes, we started recognizing that up to 5 vehicles were involved, and we could see people exiting those vehicles in large groups, and also all of them appeared to be armed at the time. So it's just large groups of individuals that are willing to do brazen robberies in the middle of downtown LA, daylight. So you can't even say anymore not to go out late at night. However, there is a high frequency of the incidents that are occurring after midnight to 4 a.m.
Thank you, Captain Tippett. Chief Moore.
Yeah, Commissioner, if I can add to this, this is not meant to project a city that is, tilting into the ocean. However, as is demonstrated by these two brazen acts of innocent individuals that were solely targeted because of expensive jewelry, the brutality of this, the brazenness, the arrogance of it, as you indicated, shocks one's senses. And as I said just last week, the numbers of these have an exponential impact on the psyche, if you will, the sense of safety of not only those individuals that have been attacked and suffered these robberies, but upon their sphere of influence, and for that matter, everyone who watches, hears, and learns of these circumstances and they question themselves: is it still safe here? I believe it is still safe. However, this it requires a couple different aspects. One, if you are a person that has the luxury or the benefit of expensive jewelry, be mindful of your surroundings and be mindful that today, unlike previous more earlier periods in the last 5 or 10 years, you are being targeted. You're being targeted by individuals who find a ready market in the internet to resell these goods, a phenomenon that was not as prevalent as it is today. So let's be clear that this is being fueled by a number of different factors. One, on the suspect side, is a ready ability to fence this material, both to organized retailers as well as unscrupulous operators that then buy this merchandise at pennies on the dollar and then resell it to a willing public who is out searching for these quote unquote bargains. To the suspects and the offenders, the last 2 weeks we've tried to paint a picture that the criminal justice system matters a great deal, not only on the individuals that are engaged in these actions, but on everyone else that they come in contact with, that there is a certainty of prosecution and a certainty of consequences against these individuals, and that repeat offenders are going to have the full weight of the system. And then what's really important here is that while Robbery Homicide Division, these task forces that we've talked about, has rallied, and initially we put surveillance teams out and we're able to counter the frequency and the velocity of these events. We I won't say enjoyed, but we had some months where the velocity dropped quite a bit, and we started working on the follow-up. They identified the suspects, gathering forensic evidence, build the cases, and go after them. Most recently, we've seen this resurgence. And so we've got to constantly adjust our tactics and our strategies to address the frequency of these. But business owners, our business improvement districts, our neighborhood business groups, store operators, and others play a role in this also, because the locations that are being tasked or being tagged are also targets. And those venues are going to suffer unless they can work with us in identifying those individuals that go to those locations to scout and prey upon patrons. And so this is all of us together. Awareness. I'm proud of the work of Robbery Homicide and Detective Bureau and their resources of Metropolitan Division and their investigative resources that have augmented Robbery Homicide, and also the 21 areas that take these crime bulletins, look at these video snippets, and are also adding tips and leads to allow us to identify and arrest these individuals. When we look at the number of search warrants involved, the number of guns recovered, the number of arrests being made, I'm proud of their work. They are accomplishing good work. And as well, I want to thank the U.S. Attorney's Office, who's also now coming into these scenarios and also prosecuting in addition to our district attorney in these cases. This is something that is not occurring that I'm aware of in other cities, major metropolitan cities across this country. Nowhere near this level. I was just recently, when I spoke earlier, with some festivities about the Baker to Vegas run. Joe Lombardo and the sheriff there in Las Vegas, they're not seeing this. And yet we see, obviously, a number of people there walking around with high-end, expensive jewelry, expensive merchandise, and they're not being targeted. So what's going on here is a sense in a community of offenders that this is an opportunity. And we've got to change that mindset, both by prevention as well as by taking enforcement efforts. Our people are living up to that, and this conversation today is about just increasing the visibility of this so that Los Angeles does not allow this to become a status quo. We're certainly not going to.
Thanks, Chief. Are there any additional questions from the other commissioners? Commissioner Bonner?
Yes, thank you very much. One, I wanted to just go big picture, and I'm reflecting on this as a presentation from a task force, and the chief also just alluded to some of the others that feed into it, not just other organizations, but other parts of this organization. Can you characterize generally, just in terms of how the task force works, what is the level of interplay or interaction with the Office of Operations? That like how much of the task force work either benefits from or requires or involves patrol officers, for example, not as members of the task force, but I'm saying in terms of sharing information, leads, those kinds of things.
So the sharing of information that occurs, first of all, my detectives assigned to the task force have attended every roll call within the all 21 areas of the city. I mentioned earlier about how Chief Moore had a general staff meeting, so both Chief Pitcher and I have communicated the concerns through the entire command staff, so they are well aware of it. Our communication with them, sending out flyers, sending out indications of what we're seeing, the vehicles that are involved, specific areas and target locations the communication is extremely well. And I kind of mentioned in my presentation a few scenarios where were completely unrelated, but traffic stops that have resulted in gun arrests, but suspicious activity nonetheless. And that information is forwarded from patrol to my detectives and my team, and that turns out to be very valid information as that led to arrest. Anytime they get a significant incident, even if it occurs in the middle of the night, we get notified, we're contacted about it if it's related to these types of robberies, and we have teams that respond and assist and immediately start looking for evidence and DNA evidence, prints, any video that's available on these cases, which gives us an opportunity to have a better chance of solving some of these crimes. But you have a scenario where these suspects are taking advantage of a situation where they're wearing hoodies, wearing masks, and just making it as more difficult for us to identify these individuals and stuff. So that's some of the issues that we're currently dealing with. But from the patrol side, our relationship is extremely good on the daily.
And let me just split one more here on that, to use funny metaphor coming from me, but in terms of the pretextual stop policy, the new policy, there was some concern about that this was ending the pretextual stops across the board. And from what you're saying, and just what I would surmise, that if there is information that the task force develops information about suspects involved in some of these robberies, it's shared with patrol officers and others through roll call and other means, as you described. Those strike me as situations where that is independent evidence or other information that would justify someone making a stop if they encounter an individual that seems to fit a description or profile, an individual or a vehicle or something of that nature. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
Yes, that's accurate.
Yeah, and maybe Chief, just comment, really, do people in operations understand that as well? I mean, is that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
This is exactly the point of why the pretext stop policy was, I think, crafted as well as it was that there are underlying reasons such as these type of violent individuals in which a minor traffic offense with that added information clearly justifies an investigative stop. And then the limits of that stop, however, do need to be geared towards what tips or information the officers and added reasonable suspicion the officers develop. And what Captain Tippett spoke about was there's been such vehicle stops, some resulting in arrests, that then tie back into the robbery series as robbery homicide is notified. But there's other instances in which a vehicle stop may not generate possession of a gun or further evidence of the person's direct involvement. But those tips and leads are also provided to Captain Tippett, because as they have, what I'm proud about their work is that it's not just good detective work, but they brought in an analyst to look at the sphere, because one of the sophistications of this group is that they are getting rental cars from private citizens, community members, well-intentioned or otherwise, that rent out informally vehicles that these individuals are now going out and committing these robberies with. And so the levels of imagination on the offender side is at times can be said without bounds. What's important to us, though, is that even community members, my message here is, to your point, pretext stops matter. Cops count. Their work investigatively going out is important that we continue that, but also to the community members. Recognize that this phenomenon that's going on here is being fed by a number of different circumstances, to include something as simple as I'm lending my vehicle out. Suspects are paying $300 to $500 a day for these vehicles at times. And these are high-end luxury vehicles that they're then going out and committing these street robberies. And why do we know this? Because we've identified and solved cases as a result of this. So this network of effort is has many different layers to it, but one that we're committed to going at each one of them to disrupt it and stop it.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Chief. Captain Tippett, I'm just going to tick off my 3 questions. They're somewhat related, but let me just tick them off, and then you can maybe in one set of comments address each of them. One is do the investigations of these types of crimes, do they present any unique or dramatically different complications than other robbery investigations? And for example, is there any greater or lesser willingness that witness cooperation and some of those kind of things? So one would be the comment on the investigations. 2, in terms of the suspects or perpetrators, is there any overlap that you've seen with the smash and grab perpetrators or the groups that were involved in those kinds of efforts? And then finally, in situations, I'm not sure I picked up from the presentation exactly like how many of arrests, for example, have been made. But question is, is there any more? Do these arrests or any encounters with the suspects involve any more or less use of force than might in other situations, or what has that experience been?
So in terms of your last question about the use of force, I believe is what I heard you say, and we have not had any significant uses of force related to these types of operations, but we do have a lot more time to work out a tactical plan when we deploy on these operations to take somebody into custody. And we also have a lot of personnel at times dedicated to thinking about when's the best time to do a takedown, whether or not we let them leave from a residence so we're not dealing with them inside the residence. There's just different tactics that we use to minimize and avoid some of these use of force situations. So
Great.
in terms of the investigations and how we go about these investigations, and whether they're more complicated or less complicated, I think was your question. And the issue is that they can be, we're putting a lot more efforts into these investigations. So I think you'll see a lot more of these series resolved. And you have several incidents involving suspects that are involved in multiple incidents. And sometimes we see evidence in one, and then we start to link them up with others. And I think it's the analysis that's being done that really contributes greatly to what we're doing. Our ability to go through cars, search warrants on residences, go through the digital evidence that's available, and the responsiveness that we have. Earlier I mentioned Forensic Science Division and Technical Investigations Division, and their assistance in realizing that this is a priority for all of us as a department and stuff has really led to our ability to handle these situations better than probably the divisions. And also the ability for them to recognize that there is a series involving, and the fact that we are taking in all these cases means that we only have to coordinate with ourselves as to who's handling what incident and the correlations between recognizable suspects that are very similar, or vehicles that are involved, or their different MOs that they present, or locations that they're working on. So it's that kind of connection of working from within that has allowed us to resolve a lot of these cases.
Let me add
And
something.
we have quite a few more that we are ready to take down soon as well.
And I think, Commissioner, this is Chief Pitcher, just to add to that a little bit, we've had some very seamless and very effective filings. We had the foresight to basically bring on some district attorneys, embed them in the task force, and ultimately it makes the prosecutions and the filings go all that much better. In fact, what we're seeing is also what we haven't seen before was the addition of gun enhancements, which didn't happen typically before this task force. Now we're starting to see the addition of gun enhancements to these suspects that you see that are so vicious in the two snippets that you saw in the video, but there are a whole lot more of those. And so ultimately, the task force with its link analysis and the inclusion of the DAs makes filing go all that much better, and it's very effective.
So just to closing out, then the one Captain, I was also asking about the smash and grab, whether you're seeing, it may be too early yet to look at the perpetrators you're encountering and understand what other activity they may be involved in. But that was one question, and just related to that, and Chief Pitcher, at some point in time, I didn't ask the question that you just answered in terms of what is the filing experience and so on. Ben, my assumption was that it may be too early to start to draw any conclusions one way or the other, but I just wonder at some point in time whether you'll be coming back either here or just make some information available as to what the bigger picture looks like with more, over time.
I think absolutely, sir. And what we're seeing and what we've tried to do on this task force is you typically in a task force configuration see the filings and the prosecutions at the end. What we're doing, because of the issues that are popping up and the safety concerns in and around the city, we're making the arrests now and ultimately pushing forth the prosecutions literally weekly. We're before that district attorney and getting those filings week in and week out so that we can make an impact now instead of at the end. So we will keep you updated as to the filings, as well as we will come at certain points and certainly at the end advise you of the total numbers of filings and everything as it relates to that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Clanche, did you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question. Captain, you mentioned that these individuals that are committing these crimes, you call them gang members. So I'm curious to know if they're affiliated to what we would consider like the historical, like neighborhood gangs, or are these like groups that are coming to, groups of individuals, forming a gang to commit these crimes specifically, just to kind of get an understanding of who these folks are and what type of crime they've been involved in the past.
So they identify themselves as gang members, and we have seen a variety of ways to confirm this, primarily from their own social media and other warrants that we have done, photographs, some of the tattoos that they have, and prior information that comes out related to their arrest. You bring up a very good question in regards to their history, because we talk about gang enhancements that is something that has been taken away due to new policies. Some of the gun enhancements haven't been adhered to as much as we like, because every single one of these robberies involved armed individuals. But going back to the individuals, they are not first timers to the systems. Out of all the arrests, there was one that was a driver that didn't have a prior record, and he stood out. And there was one female that was involved in one of the arrests that was kind of unrelated to this, but was involved with their boyfriend and stuff. So those are the only two that I know that didn't have prior arrests. And when you get into the ages, it varies from juveniles all the way up to individuals into their 40s that are involved in this. And like I indicated before, there's 17 different gangs that are associated with these types of crimes. And as far as their arrest record and history, it is usually very extensive, including a couple incidents that have been brought up, and the one that was brought up by Chief Moore a week ago. But these are not first timers, and if you get into their juvenile arrest history, it's even lengthier for the majority of them. So this is not something that is similar to like maybe what Commissioner Bonner brought up in regards to the smash and grab, where you have individuals that are just grouping together. This is not that type of crime. These are actual gang members that are very active in the gangs in their neighborhoods, is what we've seen so far.
So street gangs.
Thank you. Sorry?
Gangs. Your question was whether or not this was a gang in the sense of an organized crime or organized street, but these are the more traditional street gangs that were membership that these
So they are
individuals.
connected to what we would call the street gangs or neighborhood
Yes.
gangs. There is a connection. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. We appreciate that, Captain. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Sobroff, did you have any questions? No, thank you very much. Chief Pitcher, you indicated that you were going to now discuss the railway thefts.
Yes, sir. I'm going to transition over to Captain Al Lopez and talk about the railway thefts, equally as significant. However, thankfully, not as violent. And so with that being said, Captain Lopez, please.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, Chief, honorable board members, and members of the community. I am Al Lopez, the Commanding Officer of Commercial Crimes Division. I've been asked to give you a brief on the train burglary task force. I prepared a short slideshow that will accompany this presentation. The task force began mid-January of 2022 in response to the increase of cargo rail burglaries from cargo containers on trains, specifically on the Lincoln Heights Union Pacific Rail Line. This brief will provide an accurate account of the department's collaboration with Union Pacific Railroad, our law enforcement partners, our corporate stakeholders, as we work to develop strategies that would increase the security along the Lincoln Heights Union Pacific Rail Line. Can you go to the first slide? From August 2021 through December 2021, Union Pacific Railroad Police and Hollenbeck area saw a dramatic increase in crimes associated with cargo containers on the Lincoln Heights Rail Line. Go to the next slide. The Lincoln Heights Rail Line originates out at the Union Pacific Los Angeles Transportation Center, located at 599 North Mission Road, and connects to the errant yard located at 5200 North Valley Road, an approximate 3-mile stretch of railway. Although the location within the city of Los Angeles and within the geographic boundaries of Hollenbeck area, all rail lines are private property owned by Union Pacific Railroad, and is ultimately Union Pacific Railroad's responsibility to maintain security of the railway. The train burglaries have occurred for decades. We'll go to the next slide. But the increase in crimes beginning in August of 2021 along the Lincoln Heights rail line was unprecedented. An assessment revealed the Union Pacific Railroad constructs trains at the LATC facility and utilizes the railway from the LATC to the errant yard to hold constructed trains at that point. Cargo containers are vulnerable. And in this slide, you could see a train staggered in that railway awaiting departure. As crime increased, a collaboration between Hollenbeck area and Union Pacific was formed, and several open discussions with management and stakeholders on how to secure the Lincoln Heights Rail Line was held. The collaboration between Union Pacific Railroad Police and Hollenbeck area resulted in the following arrests from August 11, 2021 through January 20, 2022. Hollenbeck area made 39 arrests along the Lincoln Heights Rail Line, and Union Pacific made 65 arrests, the majority in the Lincoln Heights area, but some in the City of Commerce as well. In addition to arrests in September 2021, Hollenbeck area, Union Pacific Police, and Gang and Narcotics Division personnel served a search warrant on suspects associated with crimes occurring on this Lincoln Heights Rail Line. That search warrant resulted in 2 people arrested and over $1 million of merchandise recovered that was taken from the rail line. Also, as reported in November 2021, NBC News highlighted the increase in blatant rail cargo thefts occurring on the Lincoln Heights Rail Line. And in this slide, you could still see the debris of past burglaries and thefts from the rail line discarded upon the rail lines themselves. In December of 2021, United Parcel Service, UPS, reported an increase in rail cargo container theft of their containers on Union Pacific trains. Specifically, 40% of their cargo containers had a seal exception. Approximately 80 UPS cargo containers a day were being burglarized, with a reported loss in the millions. An analysis of calls for service along the Lincoln Heights Rail Line during the months of August through December of 2021 revealed 2,494 calls for service, with a monthly average of 499 calls for service, with August and November being the highest months with 649 and 581 respectively. Union Pacific Railroad Police Department classifies most calls for service as container seal exceptions, meaning that the shipping container door was ajar and the security seal either broken or altered. In addition, Union Pacific Railroad Police reported that they are experiencing an increase in theft of cargo containers along their various railways in the city and county of Los Angeles. In December of 2020, Chief Moore had a discussion with Chief Pitcher, the Chief of Detectives, to discuss the increase of crimes along the Lincoln Heights Rail Line and the viability of implementing a task force. At this time, the collaboration between Hollenbeck Area and Union Pacific Railroad Police was ongoing and remained in place. Hollenbeck Area, at the direction of Captain Herman Hurtado, ensured patrol resources were patrolling the Lincoln Heights Rail Line 24 hours a day. The senior lead officers were in direct contact with the office of Council Member Kevin DeLeon to address environmental change in the immediate area, ensuring garbage was being picked up, red curbs were being painted, no parking signs were being repaired and replaced, removal of abandoned vehicles, cleaning of shrubbery, and community outreach and education in the area. The command staff of Union Pacific Railroad Police assigned Captain Ryan Lenhart to address the increase in crime on the Lincoln Heights Rail Line. An additional 30 police officers from across the nation were reassigned to the area on a 10-day rotation, ensuring that all lines of rail were being monitored and direct officers were being assigned to the Lincoln Heights Railway. In addition to traditional deployment, Union Pacific Railroad Police utilized videos, cameras, and drones as an added layer to monitor the area. United Parcel Service funded the hiring of a private security company to provide additional protection to the railway. Union Pacific Police were tasked with the coordination and deployment of these private security officers working 24 hours a day on the railway. And although Hollenbeck Area and Union Pacific had formed a productive collaboration, much more was needed. Next slide, please. On January 17, 2022, at the direction of Chief Moore, Commercial Crimes Division Train Burglary Task Force became operational with a specific direction to address the increase of crime occurring on the Union Pacific Railway, coordinate with law enforcement partners, work with railroad stakeholders, and coordinate a working relationship with prosecutors. Subsequently, on January 20th, 2022, Governor Gavin Newsom announced a multi-agency law enforcement efforts to stop cargo rail theft and hold perpetrators accountable. The governor's cargo task force called for the deployment of 30 to 50 California Highway Patrol in the LA Basin area, and they would be under the direct supervision of Captain Francisco Sandoval. Thus, the initial collaboration of law enforcement entities was formed, and it would be under a unified command structure with Captain Ryan Lenhart leading Union Pacific Railroad Police, Captain Sandoval leading CHP, and myself leading the commercial crimes component. A multi-layered approach of enforcement, environmental change, investigative follow-up, and prosecution commitment was formulated. Captain Lenhart began the coordination and tracking of all field enforcement along the railway. Captain Sandoval focused on the CHP deployment and for strategic crime suppression missions. And I, at Commercial Crimes and Commercial Crimes Detectives, were tasked with the coordination of investigative follow-up, authoring of search warrants, debriefing of detainees, arrestees, development of investigative connectivity and patterns, development of clue management, developing a productive relationship with the City Attorney of Los Angeles, the District Attorney of Los Angeles, the AUSA's office, and federal partners. As you can see, the allied agencies on this slide show that the partnership with the Union Pacific Rail Police, BNSF Rail Police, the Port Police are also involved, the DA's office, the CA's office, our federal partners, the California Highway Patrol, National Insurance Bureau, and our allied partners with UPS and eCamp Secure, which I'll discuss in a moment. A three-pronged strategy was developed and implemented. The first enforcement prong, a multi-layered approach of enforcement. The first layer is the deployment of uniformed UPR officers to ensure 6 officers along the Lincoln Heights Rail Line. The second layer is the deployment of the private security officers, 8 officers a day, 24/7, along the Lincoln Heights Rail Line. The third layer will be the extra patrol by Hollenbeck Area police officers. The fourth layer was the deployment of the CHP strike team, not only in the LA Basin area, but to ensure officers were monitoring the Lincoln Heights rail line. The fifth layer was the deployment of the department's specialized enforcement efforts. That includes air support flying special missions. That includes Metropolitan Division deploying the mounted unit and crime suppression elements, and the assistance of Gang Narcotics Division. The sixth layer was the specific operations controlled by Commercial Crimes Division. The second enforcement program prong is focused on apprehension. That is the sharing of information during monthly meetings. Commercial Crimes Division scheduled frequent meetings with our law enforcement partners. We discussed frequency, suspect patterns. We discussed deployment of both uniform and non-uniform officers. Specific missions based on real-time intelligence and investigations were conducted. Service of search warrants based on active cases. Surveillance technique, use of technology, specifically the eCam secure video systems, which we'll talk about in a minute. And then developing a working relationship with the Los Angeles City Attorney and District Attorney's Office, where we got a committed DA and CA to the task force. We have a working relationship with the AUSA to ensure the adoption of federal locations if warranted, and a working relationship with the FBI, ATF, Homeland Security, and the National Insurance Bureau, Crime Bureau as well. Finally, the third layer enforcement program prong, next slide, is the environmental changes. In February 2022, Union Pacific Railroad implemented security measures as it began a multi-phase operation to harden the LATC facility in Lincoln Heights. Phase 1 is 59% completed with the installation of 2,132 linear feet of 10-foot by 3-foot wide concrete walls. Seen in this slide, next slide. A 20-foot tall by 10-foot wall shipping container wall was established along the LATC facility, and you can see that along this line as well. In addition, the strengthening of their existing fencing, where they added razor wire to the top portion, increasing the overall height to 10 to 12 feet. Next slide. UPS funded the installation of video cameras by eCam Secure, a private video camera system. The video cameras are state-of-the-art, and they are, as of March 1st, 2022, have been fully installed with 24 cameras in Lincoln Heights and 68 cameras in the City of Commerce. The eCam Secure company has an operations center that monitors those cameras 24/7 and have direct access to the police department to report crimes in progress. These obvious environmental and infrastructure changes and the added field enforcement initiated by the task force have proven to be effective in reducing cargo rail crimes during the first quarter of 2022, specifically on the Lincoln Heights rail line. Union Pacific has reported 78% reduction of criminal activity along the Lincoln Heights rail line, with a reduction of calls for service from 649 in August of 2021 to 142 in March of 2022. On March 5th, 2022, an NBS special report follow-up stated that enhanced efforts on the Lincoln Heights rail line are noticeable and the criminal activity has diminished significantly. Also in March of 2022, UPS added the criminal activity to their cargo containers has stopped along the Lincoln Heights rail line. UPS estimates that they are currently experiencing a 4% average of their cargo containers entered, and those are 10 cargo containers, but in other areas of the county of LA. An analysis of calls for service on this rail line for January, February, and March of 22 revealed 602 calls for service with a monthly average of 200, a decrease of 60% from 498 a month in 2021 to 200 in 2022. The infrastructure changes and added enforcement posture to the Lincoln Heights rail line have proven to be effective crime strategies. The added enforcement by law enforcement partners from August 11, 2021 through April 1st, 2022 have resulted in 310 arrests on the Union Pacific Railway. Go to the next slide, please. LAPD has made 46 arrests, 41 of those on the Lincoln Heights rail line. UPR has made 197 arrests, 53 of those on the Lincoln Heights rail line. And the California Highway Patrol has made 63 arrests, 38 of those on the Lincoln Heights rail line. You can see in this slide a before and after of what happened back in August and September to what is happening now on that Lincoln Heights rail line. Those areas have been clear from all the debris and the active crime has diminished. It should be noted that the majority of these arrestees were not booked. They were issued RFCs, released from custody citations from the arresting officers at scene of the incident. Those suspects who were formally arrested were subsequently issued a release from custody at the facility due to the existing zero policy for nonviolent offenders and property crime offenders. Court dates up to 6 months later in the calendar year, most were cited back to May and June of 2022. Commercial Crimes is working with Union Pacific to look at their 184 cases. Of those 184 cases, 5 have been filed. 75 we have reviewed, packaged, and prepared and given to the CA and DA for review, for filing. And we are awaiting the arrival of 104 cases to review again and package those up as well. Of the 46 cases for the Los Angeles Police Department, 20 have been filed. We have reviewed and reprocessed 18 of those. 2 were rejected, and we have 6 open investigations. In March, Commercial Crimes led an operation with support of Commercial Crime Surveillance Section, Gang and Narcotics Division, Metropolitan Crime Impact Team, and our partners from Union Pacific. This operation led to a significant arrest where we recovered $500,000 of merchandise taken from the trains and made some significant progress in identifying additional suspects. In April of 2022, the Chino Hills Multi-Enforcement Team, Foothills Special Enforcement Team, and Task Force Regional for Auto Theft Prevention Team arrested 10 individuals for catalytic converter theft. While they were investigating that crime, they found an addition of multiple boxes that appeared to be cargo from rail. The team was notified and responded, and members of the team recovered and identified the property. Commercial Crimes detectives conducted a follow-up to that location in Azusa, and through their investigative talents, they have been able to establish connectivity to the city of LA, and that's an ongoing investigation. What this task force has accomplished on the Lincoln Heights rail line in the 3 short months is rather remarkable. An observable decrease of crime, a significant decrease in calls for service, and the trust of business stakeholders to focus on environmental change. This success is clearly an example of this department's management principles: police working with police and people working with police. Based on lessons learned, I want to acknowledge the foresight by UPS to implement a best practice as it relates to enhanced locking mechanisms. Go to the next slide. Of shipping containers. The deviation from industry standards of metal zip ties to what you're seeing here on this slide, enhanced locking systems, is a significant factor why their container seal exceptions is down to 87%. The additional infrastructure changes which have been utilized along the Lincoln Heights rail line should become the industry standard. Before I open up for questions, I want to recognize and clearly state how proud I am of the members of the Cargo Rail Burglary Task Force from Union Pacific Railroad, from BNSF Railroad, the CHP, our allied agencies, which include Montebello, Colton, the Sheriff's Office, just to name a few, the commitment of the DA and the City Attorney's Office, and especially the members of Commercial Crimes. I also want to ask the public for assistance. Go to the next slide. If you have any information related to cargo theft involving railroad car, or trucking shipping containers, you may contact us anonymously, and any information you provide will remain confidential. Call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-8477 or go online at www.lacrimestoppers.org. Lastly, you have my commitment that this department will continue to do everything possible to address associated crimes associated with cargo burglary on both Union Pacific and Burlington North Santa Fe rail lines. I will take any questions.
Thank you, Captain Lopez. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Bonner?
Yeah, just a couple, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for the report. I'm also pleased to hear not only the level of work that's being done by the task force, but it sounds also like the railroad posture has evolved and changed somewhat over the years to actively participate and share that responsibility. So that's good to hear as well. And you mentioned just in the last couple seconds of the report, the BNSF railroad, but that was one of my first questions was, I know that BN and UP both run trains through coming out of the San Pedro ports. Are they involved in that, in the task force as well, BNSF?
Yes, Commissioner, we've met with both the Assistant Chief and Chief of BNSF. They are actually going to host one of the next monthly meetings at their facility. We're working with the Harbor Division and the Port Police are also involved. We met with them as well, and we are all working together. eCamp Secure now, that camera company is installing cameras in the port as we speak.
And in terms of any of the cost sharing, is it it sounds like the railroads are covering the cost of the infrastructure and security enhancements and things of that nature. One, that's what it sounds like, so you confirm that. But also in terms of personnel costs, is there any cost sharing along those lines, or are all of the allied agencies covering their own personnel costs?
The allied agencies are covering their own costs at this time, sir.
Okay, and is it correct that the railroad is covering at least the hard or actual cost of the infrastructure enhancements and security cameras and the like?
Yes, the rail is covering all the infrastructure changes and the security element, with the exception of eCamp Secure, which is being covered by UPS.
Okay, all right. And then a couple just related questions about the arrest that you mentioned. I guess one question is there, in terms of what the people who are being arrested, I know in some other contexts, some of the border crossing issues that the railroads were having, in some cases involved some fairly organized efforts where there were individuals who would open up the rail cars, fill it up with illegal guns or contraband, and then seal it up, mark the car, and then someone 20 miles or 30 miles later up the system would access the car and take the contraband. So any evidence of that kind of activity, or is this more opportunistic, and localized and opportunistic?
Well, we've identified 3 types of cargo bandits. The first type are the opportunists. The second time are organized gangs, which are geographically adjacent to the railway. And the third are organized crews. But in those crews, you have those organized crews, which you stated, that could come south of the border and would mark cars, and members of the crew would hit the car miles away, sometimes all the way out in Pomona, out in Indio, as the trains work eastbound. And then you have just smaller neighborhood crews of a group of individuals working together to hit a car. And we've arrested several of them, working with Burlington North and Union Pacific. The sharing of information is incredible, where we're able to identify common individuals and be able to track how those individuals are working that rail line together.
So it sounds like all or most of the arrests are in one of those 3 categories that you mentioned. There's not the person who's walking along the street, sees a bunch of merchandise, hops over the fence, grabs something, and it's not, doesn't sound like that's a meaningful part of the picture.
Those aren't individuals we're really targeting, and we haven't seen those individuals impacted by our task force.
Great. And then last question is in terms of community impacts. I know from the visuals, even those you showed and some of the others that were on the news reports earlier, were depicting all of just the debris and the merchandise strewn about the rail line, and it appeared that it was all or primarily within the railroad's right of way, if you will. Question is whether that's the case in terms of from a community impact standpoint, whether it's Lincoln Heights or elsewhere. Is this just kind of what you might think of as pass-through activity, where it's really occurring, within the 20, however wide the right of way is, or is the activity also having, impacts outside the right of way, whether it's, trash strewn about or other criminal activity or the like?
Well, what we're seeing is that on the Lincoln Heights rail line, it has been cleaned along the rail line right away, and we never saw any of the debris out onto the surrounding communities. The senior leads have done a phenomenal job working those communities and the community outreach. Along the Alameda corridor down the harbor area, when those rail lines are actually burglarized, Most of the material makes it off into vehicles and then it's taken elsewhere before they remove the boxing, the outer layer of concealment of the boxing. But that's not discarded along the rail line or within that community because these crews and these groups are trying to hide that they're actually hitting the rail line.
Got it. Appreciate that. Would just say good work and thank you. It's an effort that I think needs to continue. And as I say, I in particular, it sounds that whether it's the department or someone else has gotten the railroads to participate in a meaningful way as they should. So that's obviously another positive development as well. So thanks again for all the good work.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Silberoff, I see you have your mic open.
Sure. Commissioner Bonner asked most of the questions that I had, but I just wanted to bring up one more and an observation, which is very obvious. The speed at which this problem was resolved and changed based on the cooperation of so many agencies is really remarkable, and is really a lesson learned in how to get big things done quickly when you get the right people involved. My question is, was any of this a bubble? In other words, now that it's been fixed here, is the bubble of problem moving in any direction along the Alameda corridor or down into San Pedro? I think the corridor is probably a difficult place to pull off this kind of stuff because the trains are moving and it's below grade. But is any of this just a bubble saying, hey, this isn't a good place to do it, but there's another place to do it? And how are we dealing with that if there is?
Well, sir, we're seeing the problem moving eastbound. Montebello has made at least 6 arrests in their AOR in the recent month. We're working with Montebello. We're assisting them in packaging those cases and presenting them to the task force DA for filing. We're seeing the cases move out to Pomona, and we're seeing working with Union Pacific Railroad. We know that items are being hit along the Pomona Railway where the trains are stopping, and it's continuing to move eastbound, and then also into the city of Commerce and city of Industry is also one of the main locations, and we're working with the sheriff's office as well, and the way they're addressing their rail line.
Well, yeah, that's what I expected, and I think that by you guys assisting them and showing them what you did, the bubble will continue to move to where it can get smaller. Thank you very much.
What's critical there, Commissioner, is what Commissioner Bonner indicated, which is the participation of Union Pacific and other transports to harden the target. This was really allowed to fester because of weak systems within the transport of millions of dollars of cargo. So we want to thank the efforts of the railroads to step up and recognize their critical component of hardening the target on this.
Yeah, thanks, Chief.
Thanks, Commissioner Silberoff. Commissioner Kalanche, did you have any questions? No. Chief Pitcher, Captain Tibbet, Captain Lopez, thank you for a great presentation today. We look forward to hearing from you in the future, whether or not progress is continuing to be made, particularly with respect to the follow home robberies that have seen an uptick in our community recently. And we're glad to hear that the railroad theft situation is now trending downward. Thank you, gentlemen, for this presentation. We appreciate it. At this time, we will now go to item 4D on the agenda with respect to the Uniform Crime Reporting Summary and the National Incident-Based Reporting System. I believe Commander Goddard will be presenting on that.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, honorable commissioners, Inspector General, City Deputy Attorney, and Chief of Police, Mr. Teefank. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give you an overview of how the department reports crime statistics to the FBI. This will also be well informed for the community members that are on also. I'll also talk about our commitment to continue reporting to the FBI and our plan going forward. So the FBI has a uniform crime reporting, also referred to as a UCR program. And under that UCR program, they have a summary reporting system, also referred to that as SRS.
That program has been around for 90 years and it was actually retired on January 1st, 2021. And to replace that SRS program was the National Incident-Based Reporting System, which is NIBRS. I'll refer to that as NIBRS moving forward. NIBRS is much more detailed, comprehensive system than SRS. NIBRS collects more robust data and details of the crime, which helps to provide a more detailed understanding of crime compared to the SRS system. I would like to do a very quick compare and contrast between the two systems, bringing up 4 relative points. So as relates to SRS, there is 2 crime categories: crime against persons, crime against property. NIBRS added a crime category, crimes against society. Under those crime categories for SRS is only 10 Part 1 offenses. Under the NIBRS model, under those 3 crime categories, there are 52 offenses with 58 data elements. Going back to the second point, SRS has a hierarchy rule. So the way that statistics is reported to the FBI, it only takes into account the most serious crime for that incident. So if you had a homicide, and within that homicide, you had a robbery and a burglary, the homicide would be the only crime that was being reported to the FBI. On the contrary, when you compare that to the NIBRS system, there is no hierarchy rule. So for each incident, you can report up to 10 offenses for that one incident. So you will report the homicide, you report the robbery, you report the aggravated assault, up to 10 incidents. With regards to the information that the officers are obtaining and we're reporting to the FBI with regards to the victim and offender, on the SRS system, the only thing that we're reporting to the FBI is age, sex, race, and ethnicity for murder offenses only. When we look at the NIBRS piece, we're reporting the age, sex, race, ethnicity, residence status, and victim injuries for all offenses. So that's a little bit of a compare and contrast. All of this information is very high level, but I want to make sure that you and the committee know that they can find all this information on the FBI's website, fbi.gov/NIBRS, which goes into detail with regards to everything NIBRS you would ever want to know. Now, California has their own system, which builds on top of NIBRS, and it's called the California Incident-Based Reporting System, CYBRS. Currently, CYBRS isn't fully developed. The Cal DOJ is still developing that system. Therefore, California is not a certified state for NIBRS. California is not a certified state for NIBRS, so California is not providing the FBI as a state to the FBI. So that means we are one of those agencies out of many agencies in California that's not providing any statistical information as of January 1st, 2021 to the FBI. But when we look at a national level, we're not the only ones. 70% of the top 10 major cities in the United States are not providing and not NIBRS certified today. And in California, when you go back to California, there is only a handful of agencies in California that's going through the certification process with Cal DOJ to submit information to Cal DOJ in regards to CYBRS. And those agencies are very small. And again, there's only a handful of them. So what does this mean? We are committed to obviously submitting statistical data to the FBI. We have been for decades and we continue to be so, but in order to do it moving forward, we have to have an RMS software. It is absolutely necessary to have an RMS. As you can see from that compare and contrast, there's a lot more data that's being ingested by the officers compared to the SRS system. And based upon the incidents that they choose for each occurrence, there's a workflow and data that goes into that. It's a lot of data. So in order to get that data and send that data electronically to Cal DOJ, who then submits it to the FBI, we have to have an electronic system with software that we can ingest that data, convert it, and send it up. So
this is not like we haven't been doing anything towards this goal. We actually, back in 2015, sent out a request for proposal for an RMS vendor that was NIBRS certified. Contract was signed in 2016, and it was supposed to be completed in 2019. However, in 2021, we still did not have a RMS system that was deployed and was NIBRS certified. And the contract expired, and we chose not to renew that contract because the timeline given to get us to where we needed to be to report NIBRS data was years out, and that was not acceptable to the organization. So the plan moving forward, like I already stated, we have to have an RMS. We have to acquire a vendor that has the RMS software, then provide training to our personnel, and ultimately get certified with Cal DOJ to report cybers and NIBRS data to Cal DOJ. In order to do this, I'm asking for this commission's help, as well as the entire city family's help, including the mayor's office and the CAO and the council, to push through a contract as we're going through that process now. And I hope to have something to the commission in the coming weeks. And we will make contact with these other entities within the city to let them know it's coming, because there is an urgency not only to get this RMS up and running so that we can report IBRS data to the FBI and Cal DOJ, but also twofold to get us off our mainframe, which is a legacy system and is very old. We also need to get this contract before the end of the fiscal year. So that's June 30th is our goal. In the meantime, until we do have a fully functional RMS, we are going to still publish data. We're going to still give data to the community via LAPD online. I've talked with Chief Pitcher, business as usual with regards to how the community is going to be able to see crime in their neighborhoods. If robberies are up or down, homicides are up or down in their neighborhoods citywide, all of that data is continued to be pulled in using the traditional SRS system. It's going to continue to be published by CompStat on LAPD Online. So that is not going to change. The only change is we're not going to be able to submit any statistical data to the FBI to be published in their quarterly or their yearly reports. So we'll show Los Angeles without having crime data reported because we are not NIBRS Cybers compliant at this point. That concludes the end of my comments. We'll take any questions.
Thank you, Commander Goddard. I have a number of questions. First question is, where do I begin? Number one, let's see. The data that the FBI is requesting from us, is it an actual, let me start there. Is it an actual request from the FBI that municipalities provided with this information? Or is it just that the municipalities want to supply DOJ with the information?
Well, the FBI requests on a national level for agencies to report this data to them. And there is a caveat that if the agency chose not to report that data, that they potentially and very highly likely could lose federal funding in other areas.
Well, that's where I was going with this. Because if the FBI is requesting us to provide them with this data, has the FBI provided Los Angeles with a grant to lean up this NIBRS system or RMS software so that we can provide them with the data that they need in this format that they need, that requires a specialized system that they require, rather than just accept data that we can provide them?
Yes, sir. And there actually was an article that came out 2 weeks ago and out of PERF, and the executive director actually authored that article. And actually, to your point, Commissioner, had some criticisms in that area that, yes, the FBI is changing out the system from SRS to NIBRS. And his point was he would have liked to see more assistance at the federal level with funding and with assistance to get the agencies on board with NIBRS. So I echo that too, but there are grants that are out there, and
As part of this prior RMS contract we did receive some grants in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to be used for this purpose. But that really is a small grant compared to the cost and the efforts of the entire project.
Is that one of the reasons why, having started that process in 2016, they still weren't able to complete it 3 years later by 2019 because they didn't have the funding? Or was it simply that that particular vendor, for lack of a better word, was just not good enough to do the job?
Well, I will echo also another point on the FBI's website. It talks about agencies that are larger and have more complexity is definitely a much more challenging effort than a smaller agency. So, you know, we're obviously, as you know, we're the third largest police department in the country. And I believe it is my opinion that the vendor going back those years bit off a little bit more than they could chew. With an agency of our size, we were the largest agency. And that complexity is very difficult. And it wasn't getting to where we wanted it to be. And now we're taking a different direction. The good news is in that time frame from 2015 to where we are now, technology moves so quickly year to year. And where we are now, we're actually going to be in a better place to get a RMS system that is more compatible to our needs than we were in 2015.
And assuming that, and this is either for you, Commander Goddard, or Chief Moore, assuming that we go forward with a new contract with a new vendor, how long is it going to take them to put this in place?
So it'll likely take at the earliest 12 months, 12 to 18 months. The proposal that'll be coming before you is as I understand, it will be a modification that'll allow us to access a system that is established in a number of major agencies across the country outside of California, particularly that are NIBRS compliant. But let me go back to your earlier point. The challenge with this and why we fell short is a combination of a resource-starved initiative that for the first 3 years was underfunded. And at the same time, coupled with the complexity of making modern technology exist where an officer at an area would have in the field a tablet that he or she could utilize to capture all this much more rich and detailed information efficiently. So it wasn't a person's fault per se. There was a BJA grant that was meant to support and did support an effort of us migrating to the NIBRS standard. But this has also been complicated by the California state justice system, which has also been delayed in adopting their final standards. So this is a voluntary system by the US by DOJ to ask states and municipalities to provide this information on a voluntary basis. There is a hook in there that, you know, federal support can be tied to that if we decline to do that. It wasn't a funded mandate other than a minor amount for some advisory capacity of how you might transition from a UCR system to a NIBRS system. Now complicated by a California state system that has yet to lock down its standards. So you're trying to build a computer system that gives detailed data information, lookup fields. This is not a simple engagement with multiple definitions that the state has not yet finalized. And so we're building a ship as we're moving it across the ocean. And what we do believe, though, in summary, is that we want it to be clear that we will provide the same information that we have provided for years, detailed weekly as to the instances of crime across the city by Uniform Crime Reporting Standards. We will not fall back from that. I'm disappointed that the FBI, I recognize that they've been attempting to get law enforcement at state and local level to transition to NIBRS for more than a decade. And they essentially, at the end of the day, just did a brute force where they just stopped accepting UCR data in January of last year. Well, the challenge with that is they've set local law enforcement up for the inability on a national level for us to pass that information in the official channels. Now, we'll continue to work with major city chiefs and with ICP and other organizations so that our data is visible and that we can compare our performance and our instances of crime across cities across America so that we don't have this disconnect. But it's the matter bringing before you is we also have a solution that we believe will be before you in a series of short weeks, because we need to move this over to the city council so that we can encumber existing funds that are set aside. This is not a new ask. We're not going across the street to ask for new monies. We believe that we can repurpose funding that was established for the initial reason for this, that we can repurpose that with this new contract, and we can start making progress so that by, again, 12 to 18 months, we'll be reporting the level of detail that the federal government is asking for.
Thank you, Chief. I know Commissioner Bonner had some questions around this. Commissioner Bonner.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Just on one additional question that came up in light of the questions that were asked about the federal mandate and so on. My recollection was, didn't we, in the last couple of years, wasn't there some reason why there was a request for an extension of time or something to that effect? Or am I misrecalling?
Oh, there was earlier, this effort has been, there have been challenges in getting the technology to actually deliver the information as was needed, and performance testing at our area stations with end users. We were not achieving the level of quality control and acceptance that would allow us to build this out for the entire enterprise. And
okay.
so there were efforts to extend this in an effort to achieve that, recognizing many times you overestimate how quickly something can be done. But your recollection is correct.
Okay, so I'm the next just couple of questions I'm going to ask, big picture questions, and I'm going to kind of fast forward and assume, or these are questions about what the world looks like when this is all in place. Because what I'm trying to also understand is, I know historically there's a lot of concerns about relying on the system that was set up in the 20s or some, a long time ago. Then has been some 10 years or so trying to set this system up. And part of the question in my mind is what does the public get out of this one way or the other? I mean, we're already awash in data, and it's very difficult, at least for me as a commissioner, and oftentimes to manage, work with the data, understand it, and so on and so forth. So I'm trying to understand what everyone will get out of this. And I'm not questioning, by the way, whether there will be a benefit. I'm assuming that if this were 10 years from now when everything was in place, my assumption is I'm willing to go with the assumption that this is all going to make the crime picture more clear. But so the questions along those lines in terms of when this is in place is, one is, if this you get this in place, is there some additional training need? You mentioned even the idea that officers will be carrying iPads or other technologies to capture additional data. Will we be then stuck in the mud because there's some cost or some additional need to get everybody to operationalize what we're trying to build? That's one question. Or is that planning and already kind of costed in or baked into the current budget?
Yes, sir. No, it's already baked into the current funds that we have, all the training and the hardware and everything that we need to fully implement that RMS system is funds that we already have. There will be some training, but the idea is to put out a system that almost the workflow speaks for itself, and it requires very little training. The mobility of the system, using whether it be a tablet or the MDC, or our hopes is a smartphone in the near future, will be the way that the officer ingests all that information. Whether it's an incident report, getting the crime information from the victim, whether it's doing a citation on the smartphone, whether it's doing a field interview card on the smartphone, everything will be digitized and immediately accessible across the department for investigative purposes. It'll be much more efficient when we get there.
Okay, so when we're there, everything's much more efficient. It's all operationalized. What will the public see, or those of us who are the recipients of and users of the data? What will the experience be, say, for example, with things like the use of force report that we heard earlier today? That report, for example, part of it, talks about the circumstances in which different types of force were used. It describes the incidents and those things. Will this kind of new information make any of that any more or less vivid than we're having today? But, or what impact would you expect, there to be on other reports the department produces?
Yeah, so I could say, when you look at this, it's a uniform crime reporting, right? I mean, there's 18,000+ agencies across the United States. We're very fortunate here in Los Angeles to have the type of data that we have with regards to our whole full CompStat division, the amount of data that we ingest, the amount of analysis that we do. We publish it on a website, but when you look at 98% of the agencies in the United States, they don't have that luxury. They're not doing crime analysis. So when the law enforcement agencies got together with the FBI and the director and came up with this program, the emphasis is now, how can we give every agency in the United States an opportunity to gather more information so that they have the ability to do more crime analysis, to give more information to the public. But here in Los Angeles, we've been doing that for decades, and we do it very well. So in our instance, I don't believe that we're going to have a lot more information that we're not getting now. It really comes down to the information that we have to report to the Cal DOJ and the FBI.
All right, but let me ask you about something you said in the beginning of your report when you were talking about the hierarchy rule and the fact that that rule goes away or is not embedded in NIBRS. So the example you gave, for example, if there's a homicide and that also includes a robbery and a bunch of other crimes, that they will be reported, as I understood, that those situations will be reported discreetly. I don't mean secretly. I mean each of those crimes will be reported separately as opposed to being embedded in the one homicide. So that to me suggests that that future reports will report a higher volume of criminal activity. That's what it suggests to me, that what might look like as one homicide reported today might be 5 crimes reported when this new system is in place. So what am I missing there, or is that accurate?
No, you are not missing anything, sir. That it will be a few years for that to balance out. However, the FBI does have a conversion tool, so we'll still be able to compare the SRS data to the NIBRS data using a conversion tool, so that when people see these numbers going up, because like your point, you only report the homicide, but now you're reporting all these other crimes, so you're going to see those other crime categories potentially go up. There will be some tools and conversion tools, and I've spoken with Cal DOJ. They also have it to also give the public and the department a look of year to year, comparing SRS data to NIBRS data and giving more of a equal comparison. But then also, once we get a year or 2 years into the NIBRS process, then we can just compare it the year to year, NIBRS versus NIBRS.
If I could add, we have this experience already within our toolkit. To go back about 7 years ago, we expanded the definition of sexual assaults. Part 1 crime, previously a sexual assault would be a rape, and it was expanded to include a sodomy. So the number of sexual assaults actually did not go up, but the number that the UCR caught did. So what we did with that is we provided transparency to the public that when we reported the instances of sexual assaults, that we explained this as the pre and post rule change. To your point about what's the value of the system, what we hope to see also is cybercrime, instances of significant criminal activity, victimization, societal crimes that were not imagined 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years ago. There's always been greed, there's always been jealousy and hate to some degree, but this system is meant to be more sensitive to that and identify it, to understand that for instance, in robberies, what is the makeup of victims and offenders on a national level, and how many of those do those escalate to a homicide? Or how many of those escalate or involve instances of sexual assault? Same with burglaries and auto thefts. For instance, in carjacking, that actually doesn't have a category within UCR. Now, carjacking is an auto theft that is a robbery. So it's the person stealing a vehicle uses force or fear, making it a carjacking per se. It's a slang term. But UCR's had limits that its framework, it didn't know what to do with this information. So the National Incident-Based Reporting Standards has been the next generation of stepping forward in dealing with modern society and reporting to the public, and also allowing law enforcement and sociologists and others to look at what are the instances of crime and disorder in our streets, and what are the factors influencing it, its makeup, both on the victims as well as the offender, the locations, and that's what we're hopeful in seeing. Now, with that said, a great deal more data, a great deal more of capturing information is needed, which is why we're moving to electronic means of capturing this as an effort to overcome the data load, the impact of writing all this information down.
Okay, my last question, I appreciate that. Last question, at least in this context, I may sit with you and some others that work on the data and offline, so to speak. But the going back just big picture to how the department has historically reported and talked about crime and crime trends generally. So usually, there's, and just take the example of year-to-date crime, and here's, it went up a couple of percentage point or down a percentage point, and here's where it is compared to the prior year, and here it is where it was compared to 2 years ago or 5 years ago. Strikes me that at some point in time, when you flip this switch and you've got this different kind of data that's, or at least it's at least reported and captured, reported and packaged differently, will that change that discussion that I just described? Where you're coming to us and reporting on year-to-date numbers and comparing it to I'm just saying, if this was 2023 and this was operational, I don't know that would make much sense to me, when you've got all the crime captured differently in NIBRs, and then you're juxtaposing it with what the crime data looked like from the year prior or 2 years prior when it was captured and reported under a different system. So how will that be? How will you approach that?
I will say, before Chief Moore chips in, the FBI is estimating that cities across the nation will see, based upon the NIBR standard, crime go up about, statistically speaking, go up about 10%. That doesn't mean that crime is really going up. It's just statistically, the way we're ingesting the data, it's going to give numbers about a 10% increase.
Well, I just say that I'll move on for today, but I'd say it's going to be very interesting to me to. I'll appreciate any comment the chief might have on that last question as well. But your Commander Goddard, you also reminded me that you have to me, you'd have to also understand, like, the National Crime Victimization Survey, that also is a major source of crime data, and that you have to understand how that fits in. And so the data wars, or the data discussions that you hear with people who have all these different points of view about what the data mean, that strikes me as that conversation is going to go on for some time. I don't know that it ends there, but anyway, Chief, did you have just a quick comment on whether your reporting will change when you're comparing, say, to 2, 3, 4 years prior?
I hope so. It is our engagement that the optimism we have is that we're going to better understand the nature of crime in Los Angeles. We're going to better understand its impact, severity of it, segments of society that are impacted by it. This is an effort to better understand the instances of crime. Now, lies, damn lies, and statistics. There's, depending on where people, their positions are, they can use use these systems, misuse these systems. I think it goes to social media, the Plato's cave, right? The shadows that begin interpreting truths that are not truths. They're just shadows. So this is an effort that, as a department, we look forward, for instance, in our homicide report, for this new system to give us a better and quicker understanding of family violence, a quicker and better understanding of stranger violence. That currently is done in a very rudimentary paper-based check system with pencils and a lot of paper to gather that. This system allows us, we believe, it'll allow us with modern technology to take that information in. But again, this is interpreting that information. It's still going to be critical, the most critical aspect of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Just say, I think we should collectively do what we can, at least to wrap this up as soon as possible, so that the next generation of leaders will have not have to work to put the system together, but can concentrate their efforts on how to achieve what you just described, Chief, which is a more transparency and a better picture of what's going on. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Bonner. Any other commissioners have questions?
I have a quick question.
Commissioner Concha.
Yes. are there any implications for the department for not having this up and running right now, besides, you might not get funded in the future? Is there anything we don't have access to? Do we have access to all the data that may be available, FBI data or DOJ data? Is there any implication that you can see for not having this up and running right now? That could be detrimental to us.
Ma'am, not at this point. There was referring back to that same article that came out in Time 2 weeks ago. The FBI typically starts publishing their quarterly crime statistics for the prior year, the first quarter of the new year, and they haven't done that, and they've indicated they're not going to do that until 60% of the agencies are reporting NIBR's data. And I don't know when that's going to be. I've had some conversations with colleagues from other major cities, NYPD being one, and they're in the same situation that we are, if not worse. So we're all trying and we're all committed to get there. It just unfortunately takes some time, but I'm very optimistic that come the end of this fiscal year, we will have something in place that we can start building on, and in 12 to 18 months, like the chief of police said, will be fully live and functional.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Soboroff, did you have any questions? Thank you. Commander Goddard, thank you very much for your presentation today, and we look forward to considering the request to revise the proposal. Thank you very much. At this time, this ends this portion of the open session. We'll be going into closed session, but we'll commence that at 1:20 p.m. Thank you, everyone. See you at that time.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss Agenda Item 5A1 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Mr. T, you don't need me for this, do you? You've got 3, right?
Yes, we do. We don't need you. That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Sobral.
Okay, is everybody on? I just want to make sure you got enough.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, good. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner, Commissioner Teefank. Mr. Teefank, can you go ahead and read out from the closed session? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commission has concluded its work in closed session. As relates to item 5A1, in custody death number 027-21, the commission on a 4-0 vote adopted the chief of police recommendations, which were tactics, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2, tactical debrief, 3 police officer 2s, drawing and exhibiting in policy, 4 police officer 2s, less lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 2. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Teefank. There being no further business before the Board of Police Commissioners, I move that we adjourn at this time. All in
Okay.
favor? Is there a second?
Aye.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. Bye.
Bye.